All right, welcome to the franchise time machine. So I might get loud for a second. I'm moving my mic around. Reb Jr., good seeing you. Welcome in. Hope you had a good Monday. Monday tends to be a chill stream here. We don't have a raid in. We're usually just kind of on our own. It's a good day to do kind of our longer roster build sims, which is what we're going to do tonight. Rev Jr. said, oh, we're back. Yes, awesome. We're back to the cruises. Rev Jr. spent some time reading cruise reviews. This is for an upcoming. So, is this related specific to your upcoming cruise, or were you just kind of like looking at cruises in general? Every review is someone age 60 plus complaining about everything. So, are you going to be like one of the youngest people on the cruise? Because you're not over 60. Because it sounded like the one you're going to is like a younger, uh, or at least the area you're going to be in, the singles area is a younger. Okay, and was that specific to the singles area you were in, or was that for the entire ship that there was a surprising number of young people? And I'm calling the singles area as if it's like a meat market, but I think this is like the single cabins section, right? That you're going to be in. Overall, interesting. Yeah, I would have assumed it was going to be an older crowd, so I'm surprised it's surprised surprised you're so balanced. So I got a couple things here. The first is did win a tournament today, Daily Silver Cap. I just noticed I won this, so I'm taking a look at this for the first time as well. So Silver Cap is about a 3 level cap is about as large of a cap that I can handle and do well in. Gold cap, diamond cap, open cap, I'm still terrible. Iron cap, I'm good. Bronze cap, I'm decent, and apparently silver cap, I'm okay enough to win. But like gold cap, I'm useless. I don't even play gold this cycle so far, but at some point I might. So let's take a look. I'm just seeing this, so I'm gonna screenshot stuff. I screenshot most of our sims, and I screenshot some of these tournament wins. Here's my I get a diamond pack for my daily check-in today. I won PT Live the other day. I finished 973rd today. It's very swingy. My performance is very swingy. I don't have very many live perfect cards. All right, so let's take a look here. It's a best of 5. So um, my performance of this tends to be pretty inconsistent. I guess with those shorter series, pretty much anything can happen. And we went the distance in 1, 2, in over half the series. 4 out of 6, 2/3 of the series, we went the distance. We had one sweep and we won 3-1. So let's see what happened here. Started out against the Van Trees Violets of Red Melanon. And how did this series go? We did win it 3-2. We exchanged wins, but since we started, we finished. So we got that. We won that series, exchanging wins. Next series was against Dot Roto, JM Roto. That's an interesting name, just Dot. We went up 1-0, tied 1-1, and then won the next two to finish 3-1. got a day's rest. Yes, Red Junior. The live perfects I have are 94 live perfect variants. Your dream card. Hey, Kaki Santa. We're looking at one of my tournaments here. We're gonna check in on a weekly I'm in, and then we're gonna start building a roster. So here's the thing. If you've been watching the streams, then you know that we discovered through our experiments that, and then we then confirmed with OT developments on the forums, that when you import a player right now, you get a 3-year average. You don't get the specific season you asked for, right? And we learned that mostly through the 1996 Brady Anderson sim, where we were expecting 52 home run power and his like a power rating of maybe 75 or 80, and the imported power was 50. So when I inquired about that in the forums, one of the developers confirmed that right now you get a 3-year blend. And so I and several other people in the forum said, well, that's really not what we're looking for. Like when we ask for a season, we want to import that specific season. And so they're now working on giving us that option in the player import menu. I thought it would be fun to take the players of the peakiest seasons that are surrounded by average seasons, or maybe even below average seasons, and import them now with the 3-year blend and see how that team does in 2024. And then when we get the 1-year option, import them again. They should be significantly better because they're not being nerfed by the seasons around their peak season. And then see how much better that team does. I thought it would be a fun way to kind of, partly show why we care about getting the season we want instead of a 3-year blend. But also to kind of get a better feel for like how much nerfing is happening when you do that and how much that can add up over a 162 game season. In fact, I thought about doing it over a 1620 game season, which is what we've been doing lately on experiments to try to boost the sample size. But I think 162 game season is fine. It'll be a little more, there'll be a lot more variance because we're not, smoothing it out over 10 seasons. But at the same time, I mean, the numbers will feel more real because they're single season numbers. Now, granted, the whole reason we do 1620 games is it's easy to divide things by 10. So like a 350 home run season is a 35 home run season. But I think it'll still be fun. And depending on what it looks like, maybe we'll do it tomorrow night with a 1620 game season. But yeah, so I've got some ideas for the peakiest seasons I know of. I'm open to input from the chat. I did post this in the Discord a few weeks ago. Yes, yeah, Reb Jr. has some really good suggestions that are going to be in there tonight. I don't think I got anyone else. So anyone who's in the chat tonight, if you want to go ahead and take a look at that thread, it's in the OOTP experiments channel of my Discord. You'll see some of the names that are probably going to come up tonight in my original list, and then Reb Jr.'s suggestions. The hard thing is filling out an entire roster. So can we get 2 catchers? Can we get enough like second baseman is always tough. Filling out a pitching rotation might be tough. But I think we have some really good suggestions in here that should make it pretty fun. I guess we can go ahead and start doing the pack giveaway form too. Now the one for this one is going to be pretty simple. It's just guessing how the season goes. The one for after we get the single season import, I think will be more interesting because I'm going to be asking, look, in the blended import, we got this. How much is it going to change? I think we're going to have like some very different questions that day. But for tonight, I think it's going to be our pretty generic, how is this season going to go form. So in fact, why don't we work on that? I'll just do a copy of last night's Mother's Day sim pack giveaway form. So this is episode 343. Oh, 344. Okay, so I'll let me at least get the title updated, and then I'll put this in the stream. Alright, so in tonight's stream, we will be building a roster of the peakiest peak seasons. I should say some of. There will be ones we'll certainly miss, I'm sure, in MLB history. By that, I mean seasons that are uncharacteristically great and then come before and after average, mediocre, or even bad seasons. The ultimate goal is to rerun this simulation rerun this roster in a simulation after we get the ability to do a single season import. Currently, if you import a specific player season, the OOTP default is to import a 3-year blended season, a profile that represents a 3-year blend a blend of 3 seasons. This was confirmed by OOTP, a OOTP developer in the public OOTP forums. They have also let us know that they are working on giving us the ability to import specific single seasons in the future. All right. The rules are the same. We're actually going to do this in 2024, sorry. We'll take over the Mets. I always like to take over the Mets. both cases, we will import these players into the 2024 New York Mets roster. Okay. Questions, I think, are going to be the same. I don't really see a reason to change them. Right. Will it have the low... Again, we go from lowest to highest. You may think some of these players, even though we're taking pick seasons, you might say this is going to be a low-end team. So we'll leave all the choices in here. Will it have the lowest regular season win percentage in the majors? Again, it's 2024. Will it have the lowest win percentage in the sub-league, in this case the National League? Will it finish last in the division? Will it have a sub-500 win percentage? Will it make the playoffs? Will it win its division? Will it make the World Series? Will it win the World Series? Will a player on this team win the Cy Young Award? Will a player on this team win the MVP award? Again, with the understanding that pitchers cannot win the MVP in our sims. How many regular season games will this team win? And that ends the survivor style section that can only determine first place. If first place is not determined, it will also go into the second section, but the second place winner will always be determined in the second section. That section is going to be determined by who gets the most closest answers in this second kind of back end of the form. There are a lot of questions. We go through them pretty quickly, and it has been a lot of fun. So I hope you're willing to put in a little bit of time to do the form, so we can all have fun with this guessing how this sim goes. Okay, so in the second phase, the numerical section, how many games behind will this team finish in the division? If you think the team's going to win the division, just put 0. Then there's a mouse hover you can do in the game where it shows you your rank in Major League Baseball for 3 offensive and 3 defensive categories. We're now back to 30th, so let me fix this. We're assuming 1986 last night, and that's only a 2016 season. So runs scored is the first one. Batting average is the second one. Now when we play low ball, these are almost all 1. When we play regular creator roster, they're almost all... they're almost all 30th for low ball, and they're almost all first for regular creator roster. In a sim like this, I think it'll be a lot more interesting and challenging because we'll be somewhere in the middle. I don't think we'll be on the bookends. All right, after the mouse hover questions, we have some offensive questions. The highest batter WAR, the most home runs by the leader in home runs on this team, the lowest and highest batting average with at least 300 plate appearances, the lowest and highest OPS with at least 300 plate appearances, and the highest / worst strikeout percentage with at least 300 plate appearances. And then we have some pitching questions. The highest pitching WAR, the most strikeouts, the highest and lowest ERA with at least 100 innings pitched. Sometimes that's a reliever. The highest and lowest WHIP with at least 100 innings pitched. And the highest / worst home runs per 9 with at least 100 innings pitched. All right, so let me go ahead and put this in the chat. Actually, the fine print and an extended warranty might be shorter than this pack giveaway form. Link to form for tonight's 10-pack giveaway. All right, good luck, everybody. You don't have to submit until we're about to sim, so you can wait to see how the players look when we bring them in. You can wait to see what the list of players looks like, or if you have to go, you can submit it now. But you do not have to be present to win. Oh, wait. Now that I put the form out there, let's go back and look at this tournament. So this is the silver cap that we won today. So yeah, we split the first 2 games, and then we won the next 2 to win that best of 5. Had a day's rest, and then we played the Konkuk Kungs of Justin Yup. Or, yeah. I guess it's not just Tiny EOP. It looks like Justin Yup. Again, we alternated wins with this team as well. Same as we did in the first series. 1 loss, 1 loss, 1. And then we swept this WP team, the Windpoint Lighthouse of DCA Frame. DCA Frame. So with the sweep, we got 2 days rest, which is, I'm sure was helpful. Especially because we went into a 5-game series with the Manhattan Beach Mustangs. Oh, this is Late to Hate, who's often... Oh, Late to Hate, there you are. You're in the chat. Yeah, we're looking at today's silver cap. We had a tough one with Late to Hate. Exchanging... Did we exchange wins here again? We did in the beginning, and then we were able to win the last one. So we start out by losing. The first 2 we did that. We won, lost, 1, lost, 1. This one we lost 1, and then managed to win the last one. A 3-hit shutout. I wonder if Late Tate's team was fatigued at this point. Because we took them to 5. Let's see if they had some long series leading up to this one. Well, they had 1 day's rest, but look at this. They had a 5-game series, a 5-game series, a 5-game series, and then a 4-game series. Sometimes 1 day's rest is not enough, and then when you're in another 5-gamer, it can be tough. So that might have contributed to that. Late Tate, I don't know if you were micromanaging this one, but did you happen to see, was your team pretty fatigued headed into our game 5? Because that's a lot of times what I see when it's like back and forth, and then the last game's a bit of a blowout. A lot of times it's a fatigue issue. Because clearly our teams were pretty well matched. Well, let's look at now the fatigue. Oh, look at this. Lots of maxed out combis, not combis, variants on this team. Nice. You got some good ones too. I like this Chitrin card a lot. It's a closer. This Octavio Dotel card is really nice. The Aaron Savale is nice. Wasn't too awful. My squad was fired up. Yeah, we get psyched to when we play these fully boosted variant teams. The Jeff Baker, a very nice card here, fully boosted as well. The Piscotti, I think, is underrated. I like this card a lot. So is the Householder. The Taguchi I take a lot as well. Plays really good center field. Good right-handed bat VL. So yeah, you got a lot of the cards that if I were going to pursue variants, I would definitely pursue some of these for sure. Trying to get into silver, mostly play iron. Yeah, so I lined up my accounts by level. I've got 2 licenses. So I have 3 teams per license. And so I have 2 teams that play iron, 2 teams that play bronze, and 2 teams that play silver. And that made sense in PT25. But now with the merged levels, I kind of wish I'd gone a different direction, but it feels almost a little too late to switch. Mostly because I don't have a team with enough perfect points that I don't think I could be competitive in Diamond and Open. Smiley Face Jane. Oh, we're facing each other in live silver. We'll check that out next. In the Llamas account. We're looking at today's silver cap results here. And it turns out we faced Late to Hate in pretty deep into it too. What round was that? One, two, three. In the 4th round. And then the 5th round, we faced the New Barn Spartans. Or that's a Randall Randall D team. So again, we alternate wins and losses with them. Again, with us starting with the loss. But then we won the last game to close it out. Nice. This last win too, 4-3. Kind of slow and steady. They went up 3-1. We cut it 3-2. We tied it in the 5th, pulled ahead in the 6th, and just hung on. Usually my bullpen is not that good at hanging on like that. So a 2 1/3 inning. Wow, Sean Burke coming through with a 2 1/3 clean innings. 1 strikeout, 21 pitches. Good pitching performance here too by Strain Williams by the New Barn team. But we did pull this one out. Willie Horton 2 for 2, 2 runs and 2 RBIs. Hit 2 bombs. Solo shots in the 1st and 6th. Nice. Yep, so that was good for 100 Clubhouse stars. Not bad. Let's check out this live iron or live silver that Smiley Face Jane's talking about. Ever since live update, my teams have been doing better. I think maybe I adapted to the changes, maybe better than other managers have. Not just my live rosters, but the live cards on my other rosters too. Or it could just be that I'm starting to figure out the PT engine a little bit more. All right, let's take a live silver on this Llamas account. This team's been doing a little better in tournaments. It's got 1,035 Clubhouse stars. Oh, look at this. Unbelievable. Is this McCadcar? Oh, it's not. I got excited that I beat a team with the Axe logo because McCadcar alts use this Axe logo. And I never meet McCadcar. Turns out I still haven't beat McCadcar. It's not McCadcar. It's Curling Critter. So we swept the first round. Was this a Jim Unknown team? Nope. Ant Foods. It was a legit sweep. 5-3, 5-1, 12-4, 2-1. Two pretty close games, so extra innings to finish the sweep. And then a 7-game series went the distance. We fell behind 0-2, tied it up 2-2, fell behind 3-2, and then won the last 2. Won 2 elimination games, which is always tough. We fell behind 1-2 against the team I thought was a McCadcar team, and then we won 3 in a row. We got 1 day rest before facing the GOAT, Smiley Face Jane, and the Fargo Freebirds. Let's see what Smiley Face Jane's paths look like. Okay, one thing maybe in our favor is the mediocres of Mr. Audit took Smiley Face Jane to 7 games. So that might help us a little bit. Let's look at the lineups here. Nope, not much fatigue despite going 7 games. Some folks in the 90%, but that's not too bad. The bullpen, there's a few tired folks in the pen, but a few folks who are not tired at all. So should still be a pretty good matchup. And of course, it's a live tournament, so we don't have to worry about who's got which variants. Yeah, some of my favorite pitchers in Smiley Face Jane's starting rotation. Really like this Manai card. I use this Rodon as a stopper on my side. The Jackson Jobe, the one pitcher with 80 stamina in live. You had a big... Yeah, you did. You won... I think you were down 3-1, right? Yeah, you won game 1, then lost 3 in a row. And then you had to win 3 in a row to pull it out. Including a 9-8 win here, too. Wow. All right, well, good luck, Smiley Face Jane. See what happens. Oh, it's simulating. Should we watch the first game? Should we just see what happens? I mean, we don't have to watch the highlights, but let's see what the outcome is. The good thing is we have a bit of a head start on the roster building tonight because I put a list in the Discord. Reb Jr. added some names. Oh, Spy-Face Jane is starting a movie. Awesome. All right, let's see what happens here in game one. Oh, it's a close one. 7-5. Well, we made it look closer than it was. We scored 2 in the top of the ninth to cut it to 2, but it was a pretty dominant win there by the Freebirds. Scored 2 in each of the 4th, 5th, and 6th innings. So we're down 1-0. One game to 0. Nicely played, Smiley Face Jane. Okay, here's the roster we have so far. So I've just put a couple in that we know we're going to include. Brady Anderson, Steve Carlton. Now you might think, Steve Carlton, no, he's a great pitcher. He is. And that 72 season was insane. The seasons around it, surprisingly not great. I will pull that up for you just to show you. Because I was skeptical as well. I'm a big fan of this 1972 season. So I was actually surprised that it kind of qualifies as a peakiest peak season. Let's bring BREF in here. All right, so 1972. 182 ERA plus, 12.1 WAR, 27-10 on a. Now he went 27-10. This is how crazy this season is. He went 27-10. The team went 59-97. He alone won 27 games out of the 59. This is why this is one of my favorite player seasons ever. But it's also why I was always shocked when he would underperform expectation. And now I know why, because it's getting blended with the 1971 season and the 1973 season. Right? 12-point WAR being averaged out with a 4.1 and a 2.2 WAR. A 182 ERA plus averaged out with a 102 and a 97. I mean, 100 is the definition of average season. This 182 is bookended by average seasons. And you don't think of Steve Carlton, especially early Steve Carlton, as average. But this peak season is surrounded by a couple of average seasons. Now, he went 20-9, but his ERA plus was 102. Right, so a lot of that was probably support from his team. Now, in 1972, it is a great individual performance because his team obviously was not very good. They won 32 games when he was not winning the games. And so that's why this season qualifies. Even though he's an all-time great pitcher and this is an all-time great season, it is actually bordered by 2 average seasons. And then we'll look at... actually, let me add his player ID, which is in the URL. This is one of the reasons we like BREF, because the BREF ID is the same as the OOTP ID. And so it's very convenient for us. All right, so I'm just going to copy that in here into the player ID. And basically what this lets us do is we're going to just copy these columns and paste them into the document we're going to use for that. So now let's go to Brady Anderson and just confirm that this 96 season does qualify as super spiky and peaky. These are the 2 people on the title slide of this sim. Okay, so here is the 96 season. 50 home runs. The season before, 16. The season after, 18. Oh, he must have had fewer plate appearances. Nope, 687. The one before, 657. The one after, 696. OPS, 1034. The one before, 815. The one after, 863. So again, these two are like the archetype of this type of player I'm looking for. So they should be decent in this 3-year blended import, but then they should blow it out of the water when we get the opportunity to just import the single season we really want. And so part of this is to celebrate what we're gonna get when OOTP developments gets that single season import option into the game for us. But also, part of this is to help educate people to know that, like, right now when you import a player, I want you to understand what you're getting. You're getting that 3-year blend. All right, so then the next player I had on my list to look up, I wanted a catcher. So I want to look at Chris Hoyles. And specifically the 93 season is the one I had noted here. 29 home runs, the season before 20, the season after 19. OPS 1001, the only season over 1,000. Before and after, not even 900. One of the seasons was down to 820. 93, also the only season he ever got MVP votes. So I think this one qualifies. The season before is actually pretty good, but I think still clearly, a tier or two below this 93 season. Now, if we find a spikier season, I'm all for replacing it. I initially was thinking about Todd Hundley here, but when I looked him up, he actually had kind of consecutive decent seasons, which would throw off kind of our model here of what we're looking for. But hopefully that gets the point across of like what kind of season we're looking for here. All right, so let's just go through the lists. I was going to look for another catcher, but I mean, we could. I've got another catcher we can look at. Dick Dietz. Nickname Mule. Interesting. Specifically, I have the 70 season in my notes. Again, anytime you have a person who's a one-time All-Star, probably a decent sign that there might be something going on here. OPS plus 153, bookended by a 119 and a 130. So still pretty good seasons around it. But the OPS, 941, 778, and 806 around it. 22 home runs, 11 and 19 around it. So I think this will be a good backup catcher for now. Again, if you have another catcher you want to suggest, let me know. Reb Jordan, I think, was the only one who took me up on my offer to suggest players in the Discord. But now that we're building the roster, feel free to suggest them in the chat. Okay, the next player I had was... Oh, wait, we have another catcher we can look at. 1993 Rick Wilkins. The other issue is a lot of my choices are going to be like more modern from like seasons I remember. Some of them are historic from like my time reading the baseball encyclopedia. But so 1993 Rick Wilkins. 151 OPS plus with a 112 before and an 83 after. 30 home runs before 8, after 7. Now, part of that is the plate appearances, right? It's a 500 plate appearance season. before was 274, after is 358. But still, huge difference in productivity. 973 OPS, 758 before, 703 after. I wonder, this is to the extent that I'm thinking about, we could platoon Hoyles and Dietz. Who was spikier though, Hoyles or Dietz? Yeah. Let me go back and look at Hoyles. See, the home runs go from 20 to 29 to 19. But there's definitely a pretty big, there's 110 and 180 point difference in OPS. With Dietz, that OPS difference before and after is 170-ish and 160-ish. Yeah, and this 19 home runs after is, almost as high as the peak season. So it's just that there's a big drop off in batting average and on base percentage before and after. So maybe we'll have Hoyles and then we'll move Dietz. What I like to do is instead of deleting them, I just copy them and move them down into kind of like a parking lot below the roster, just in case we ever want to bring them back up. We could just copy them. But I think our backup catcher is going to be Rick Wilkins. This season is a little peakier than the Dietz season, mostly because the season after Dietz's peak, he still hit a bunch of home runs. So that was 1993 Rick Wilkins, I believe. Let me just make sure. Yep. 8 home runs, 30 home runs, 7 home runs. Very Brady Anderson-ish. The other thing, too, that is noteworthy is that 30 home run season, he only hit double digits one other time. And so that definitely feels like it earns a spot on this team. So our catcher position is set. I'm open to listening to other suggestions, but I feel pretty good about our catchers right now. We've got 2 really peaky ones and a backup in Dick Dietz. Okay. One thing, I might have to disqualify Mark Fidrich, who I have on my list. Because one thing we noticed when we did some of the tests on this, when it's a rookie season or a final season, it kind of ignores that last season. So instead of having 2 seasons to nerf this good season, you only get 1 season to nerf it. So instead of like cutting it down by 2/3, you end up only cutting it by half. And so I think maybe Fidrich is not going to make it, because then also his ERA plus in the next season was still pretty good. It's just that his arm was dead, so he just didn't get a full season, and he was still like a pretty effective 1.16 WHIP, 149 ERA plus, 6-4 record, 289 ERA. So he was still pretty effective. He just didn't have the arm anymore, and couldn't make it through the season. So I think Fidrich is not going to make this team. I think for second base, we have a pretty good candidate here in Davey Johnson. Now, Davey Johnson had a similar issue, though, where there's no doubt that the season is super peaky. I'll show you what that looks like here. It's the season where he hits above 73. He hits 43 home runs. The year before he hits 5. The year after he hits 15. And no other season did he hit 20. But for some reason... Oh, I know what it is. When we were testing for this, we would import a couple different seasons to see the effect. And we imported the 74, 74 was almost as good as 73, and it was because 74 ignores this pretty much non-existent season for 75, so it's only 73 and 74. And 73 also gets 74, but then gets nerfed by 72. And so it would create a weird dynamic. But for our purposes, the 73 season is almost perfect. A 916 OPS surrounded by a 655 and a 748. The average 270, 221, and 251. And the home runs again 43, 5, and 15. So this is a perfect example here. And I think he'll be our starting second baseman, Davey Johnson. Also, Mets legendary manager, Davey Johnson. And I know I just said the year, but then I forgot it. 1973. Okay. Jacoby Ellsbury, next up. Now, some of these, like Fidrich, I might be incorrect about. That's why we're checking these out. Again, it makes it real easy when they make one All-Star game. 32 home runs. The season before, 0. The season after, 4. And even if it says, okay, I'm not going to count the 2010 season, and so we're going to treat it as a blank, then you're cutting it by half based on 2012. Or, I don't know, if it goes and looks back at the 2009 season, that's still okay. The average is high in 09, but the OPS is still 770 compared to the 928 at the peak. And we need a center fielder, so I feel pretty good about at least penciling him in as our starting center field. Oh, wait, we got Brady Anderson, though. Does Brady play a different outfield position? I know his perfect team card has him playing left field as well. Let's see. In 1996, Brady played just center field. And Ellsbury played just center field. Okay, there's no out-peaking Brady Anderson, so we're gonna put him in the reserve for now. I can't even put him as a backup outfielder because he only plays one position. But he does deserve a spot here in the parking lot because he does fit what we're looking for. And what was the season? 2011. Okay, next up, we already did the Steve Carlton. We talked about Fidrich. Billy Grabarkowitz, who had a really fun card in PT24, a decent card in 25. I don't even know if he has a card right now in OOTP26 or Perfect Team 26. But again, it's going to depend on how the AI treats the season before this. If it's not enough of a season, then it's just going to compare 1970 to 1971. So while other players are getting cut by 2/3, Grabarkowitz might only get cut by half. But it's a huge drop-off. 852 OPS to 685. 17 home runs to 0. 289 average to 225. In fact, he never hit over 226 the rest, or he did have a partial season here where he hit 248. But 289 is the high water mark for his career. And he was, I guess technically he's a rookie. So maybe we put him in the parking lot because of that as well. I want to put notes here. Center field only. Less peaky than alternatives. And for Grabarkowitz, so the good thing is I'm going to already have the player ID, and I'm going to have the year. So it's very easy to pull him in if we want to. And I'll put possibly no prior season. But I do like that. If we don't find a better... and also, he's kind of duplicative The reason I wanted him was he could have been our utility infielder because he would probably be third, short, and second eligible because he played all three positions more than 10 games in 1970. You know what? I might put him as our utility infielder for now until we see if there's a better option. So I will have him as our one of our backup infielders. That utility factor is pretty important. All right, next up is Cito Gaston, also from 1970. Cito Gaston, who I knew more as a manager. Again, 1 year All-Star. That's a pretty big clue usually. 29 home runs. He did hit 17 the year after, but he had 2 the year before. 318 average. He had 228 the next year. Despite the home runs, he had a terrible batting average. And in fact, the OPS went from 907 to 650 because the batting average was so bad, even though the power was still kind of there. And the season before, 230 average, 585 OPS because it didn't even have the power. So I think this is a pretty clear-cut example here. But the problem is he's, again, another center fielder. He's got a little bit of left field. So I'm putting him in the parking lot for now. Okay, so Cito Gaston, he's in the parking lot because of position. Joe Charbonneau, I think the problem with Charbonneau is that it was his rookie season. And we're trying to avoid that. Charbonneau, yeah, 23 home runs as a rookie, 846 OPS, never hit over 700 OPS after that. But I think because it's a rookie. Now, I'll put him in here because we might as well get his information while we have it. So he's a left fielder, Joe Charbonneau. He had very fun cards in Perfect Team. Very splitty, but really fun to play. And Charbonneau was in 1980. All right, next up, we did Fernando Tatis Sr., not Jr. This would give us a third baseman. Didn't even have the single All-Star year that we see from some players. Went from 8 home runs to 34, then down to 18. OPS 872, which is not bad for a bookend season. 957, 870. This will be one of the smaller jumps and drop-offs, but still very clearly a peak season. But it might get topped in peakiness, right? Like, there's no debating it's a peak season, but the bookends might be a little too good here. But for now, we'll take him. And that was 1999. All right. Let's see. Dick Ellsworth. This one I found through some research. Definitely way before my time, and was not really aware. But yeah, again, you see the single All-Star season. The funny thing, though, is he had a huge WAR season the year before. And so it's the year before we're looking at. And I think the All-Star is because of reputation maybe from the year before. So 167 ERA plus, led the majors. The year before, 81. The year after, 99. In fact, the year he was an All-Star, he would lead the league in earned runs given up and home runs given up, and led the majors in hits given up. So definitely seems like he either had a great first half or he was riding his popularity from the previous season. 22 win season, 9 before, 14 after, 2.11 ERA, 5.09 before, 3.75 after. So definitely one of our frontline starter options here is Dick Ellsworth. And that is 1963. All right. I guess we should put. I'm going to add here too. Their handedness. So, Ellsworth and Carlton both LHPs. We want to make sure we end up with a good balance of lefties and righties. Not good balance. They don't have to be 50-50. Good mix. Good mix of lefties and righties. Okay. The next one I have on my list is Tommy Harper. 1970, apparently a big season for spiky seasons. And it's not like the pitcher of the year, because the pitcher of the year, the year of the pitcher, because the year of the pitcher was 68, so 70 is 2 years removed. Again, the one-time All-Star, a big clue. 899 OPS, bookended by a 660 and a 717. 31 home runs, bookended by a 9 and a 14. Now the stolen base number is 38. The year before is 73. The year after 25. Sixth in MVP voting. 29th the year before, no votes the year after. Gives us some real good position flexibility too. Plays third and second. So he's definitely on the team. He's definitely spikier than Tatis. So I think for now we're going to bump Tatis. Because his bookend seasons were in fact pretty good. But what we could do is we could always bring back we could bring back Tatis and maybe put Tommy Harper in like more of a utility role because he plays third and second. So I'm going to go Tommy Harper here at third instead. And that was again 1970, big year for the Peaks. All right, we did Chris Wallace. Oh, Luis Gonzalez. This is in my time. I didn't realize how spiky he is. That's how big of an impression that season made. That I didn't realize how much of a jump up it was. So 57 home runs. Now look, the season before and after, it's not like they were bad, but he went from 31 to 57 down to 28. This might be another like Tatis Sr. situation where maybe the bookends might be a little too good. But it's the only season he had over 1,000 OPS. The bookends were 935 and 896. Third in MVP voting, no MVP votes a year before or after. So I think, and he's left field only. So I kind of feel like, I don't know, this peak season is so good, I think he deserves a spot, but the bookends are pretty decent. So just like with Tatis Jr., I'll put him in the lineup for now, but he may get bumped by someone who's spikier. So 2001. All right. Next up is Oliver Perez, 2004. A 143 ERA plus. The years before and after, half that, 76 and 72. Now this is a guy who had a good season bookended by bad seasons. Not like Luis Gonzalez, who had a great season bookended by good seasons. This is good bookended by poor. And this is kind of like the profile I really dig for this simulation because he's really going to get nerfed by those bookend seasons. And we're going to get a really good season when we get the 1 year sim or the 1 year profile. The concern is, he's another lefty. I was a little worried about that. But this profile too is probably going to end up in the bullpen. But exactly the kind of peaky profile I'm looking for. All right, Dominic Brown. This also might be a rookie season now that I think about it. Oh, did I spell his name wrong? Why is he... Oh, Dominic. It's a Domonic. Dominic. Oh, no, it's not. There's an all-star season right there. 124 OPS, bookended OPS plus, bookended by 91 and 77. 27 home runs, bookended by 5 and 10. And he plays left field, and we're looking for... Oh, no, we have Luis Gonzalez right now. So I guess the question is, do we take the great... Do we want the greatness of the season with the peakiness is a little muted? Or do you want this guy who's definitely peaky? I think for now we're going to keep Luis Gonzalez in the starting lineup. Or on the roster. And I think Dominic Brown's going to be a backup option. This is the 2013 Dominic Brown. Okay, so that's Dominic Brown. The next up is Michael Saunders. And specifically, we're going to look at the 2016 season. Again, the one-time All-Star, big clue. 24 home runs. The problem is a year before, he had only 36 at-bats. The year after is fine. Between two teams, he has 234 plate appearances and hits 202. The OPS goes from 815 down to 600, up from 499. What I don't know is how the AI is going to treat this 2015 bookend season. So because of that, I think he's going to be in the parking lot too. But he's full on left field, right field. He gives us some position flexibility. And he is 2016. Okay, next up is... Okay, I'm going to have to look at the pronunciation guide. Just to make sure I'm pretty sure I know how to say this name. But I want to confirm. Yep, Fultonevich. I wasn't sure where the accent was, but it's Fultonevich. And specific, so we got a right-handed thrower here, which is good. Again, the one-time All-Star, 13 and 10. ERA plus 143, bookended by 91 and 101. Finished 8th in the Cy Young vote, was an All-Star. Led the majors in complete games and shutouts. you know, it's 2018, so any complete games or shutouts are pretty much gonna take it. Um, yeah, and pretty much out of the majors 4 years later. So we get a right-handed pitcher here. 2018. Okay, next up, Ricky Romero, who's had actually fun cards in Perfect Team. Another lefty thrower could be a problem. Another one-time All-Star. There is a theme here. Now, the thing is, the season before, though, he did go 14-9, but the ERA plus 112 to 146 down to 73. The whip 129 down to 113 or 1138 up to 1674. So this is a case of like a decent pitcher who had a really good season and then had a terrible season. So not quite as spiky as the others because he did have a good lead in. So as a result, I'm going to put him in the parking lot for now. His the season 4 was better than I remembered, so that. So I'm making a note here that his previous season might be too good. All right, next up is this guy has a card in the game right now. Andy Sonnenstein. He's got, I think, is it a silver card right now? He was not even a one-time All-Star. But now this is a guy who went from bad to average to bad. So as a result, he may also start in the parking lot. But I think it does help that I'm pretty sure he's a righty. Yeah, he bats left, but he throws right. So that's 2016. So he's definitely spiky, but it's just it's actually he goes from a hole to ground level back to a hole. It's not even a spike. All right, next up is Aaron Sanchez. The good thing is though I'm getting all these player IDs, so we can always add them in easily. Right-hander, good. Again, a one-time All-Star, 15-2 out of nowhere. Well, I say out of nowhere, but the ERA plus before was a 128, 142, 106. 7-6 to 15-2 to 1-3. Now, part of that is he went from the bullpen to a starting role, and then maybe got hurt in 17 because he only had 8 starts. So again, this might be a guy whose bookends are too good from a rate perspective. And this is why we do this, to kind of validate or disprove our hypotheses. 2016. Okay, next up is... Hold on. Previous season might be maybe too good. Okay. Bob Hamlin. I think even this PT26 he might have a good card. He had a really good card in PT 25. Very splitty, but very good. This might be is this a rookie season factor, though? Yeah, he may not have had enough plate appearances in the season before. But he goes from hitting 24 home runs and hitting 228 with a 987 OPS to 7 home runs batting 168 and a 591 OPS. So even though it's a rookie season, the spikiness of it might give him a spot here on the lineup. So I'm going to put him in at first base for now. This is one where even if it's just cut in half, the season that's being cut with is so bad that I'm willing to maybe eat that. Okay, another guy who has been in Perfect Team is Jim Constanti. Again, a one-time All-Star. Now, had a pretty good career, had another good season in 53, but that season his ERA plus was a 95. The one we're looking at was a 151. Now, the year before was 121, which is also very good, and then a 95. So it might be that the bookends are too good here. But that's also the nature of relief pitching, right? It's very inconsistent. Now, the whip, though, 1.3 to 1.0, back up to 1.4. And also the craziness is he won the MVP, bookended by these seasons. So it really was like an out of nowhere season. So I'm going to put him in for now as our closer. Uh, 1950. And the note here is that the prior season might be too good. Okay, next up, Zoilo versus, I think it's Versailles, but that also could be from pronouncing it wrong on purpose during, yeah, of Zolo Versailles. Yeah, okay, I said it the right way. He's been on the Hooked on Streamer Phonics team, and on that team, I do the game call with the mispronunciation, so I get mixed up a lot with those names. But yeah, Zoilo Versailles, a two-time All-Star, but separated enough that we can have a peaky season. Now this one is the peak is not very high, but it was an MVP season. It's 115 OPS plus down to 104 and an 83. 19 home run season, he had 20 the year before. 12 triples, he had 10 the year before. 45 doubles, he had 33 the year before. So it might not be spiky enough. So I'm going to put him in the, unfortunately I have to put him in the parking lot for now. And this was 1965. Previous season, maybe too good. Okay. We already did Charbonneau. I know I'm going to butcher this guy's name, so I'm just going to look it up. And look up the pronunciation guide. Borges. Peter Borges. Another center fielder. Hopefully has position flexibility. No all-star season. OPS plus 69, a very nice OPS. Actually, not really. To 116, back down to 72. He is center field only. So he's another bad to average to bad guy. And he's center field only. So he's going to be on the parking lot for now. And he was 2011. Okay, next up is Buzz Capra. Great name. Yeah, this roster is harder to build than I thought. A lot of our players, I'm just not feeling like they really cut it. Again, a one-time All-Star. ERA placed 95 to 166 to 89. This is like a perfect example. 2-7 to 16-8 to 4-7. WHIP 1.5, 1138, 1340. Never got All-Star MVP votes. 9th in Cy Young, 20th MVP. Never got any more after that. Buzz Capra, our perfect. I mean, he should almost be our ace. He's such a perfect example. Right-handed pitcher, Buzz Capra. And that is 1974. All right, he has definitely got a spot on this team. Bernard Gilkey, I was a little... He was one of those guys, like, I had to look it up to believe it. Because I think of him as better than he actually was. Part of that is that he was a Mets legend, of course. But yeah, this 30 home run season, first year with the Mets, bookended by 17 and 18. 955 OPS, bookended by 848 and 755. And he's a left fielder. We have Luis Gonzalez in left field, so I don't know if this overtakes that. The peak is okay. 159. The bookends are good, not terrible. It's his only seasonal MVP votes. Never had an All-Star appearance or All-Star vote berth. So I was just kind of surprised how flat his career was. I thought of him as being a better hitter. But left fielder Bernard Gilkey, he'll be in the parking lot for now. He's one of those guys, maybe the peak isn't high enough and the bookends were too high. All right, next up is Mike Morse. We're really going to need Reb Jr.'s picks here, I think, because I'm running out of names and we don't have a full roster yet. So glad that Reb Jr. put those names in the Discord. Okay, Mike Morse. Now, the good thing here is if he makes the team, he's going to give us some position flexibility. The 1 year he got MVP votes, never was an All-Star. 31 home runs. The bookends are 15 and 18. 910 OPS. The bookends are 870 and 791. Now, the year before might be too good. Oh, good. Reb Jr.'s got some more pitchers, too. Nice. And actually, the year before, the rates were good. It's just that he only played half a season. So I think Morse is going to be in the parking lot. His previous season probably too good from a rate perspective. So I think he's first base left field, which would have helped. So I wasn't way off. His totals weren't good enough, but his rates were pretty good. Oh, good. Reb Jr. put some more in the Discord. Yeah, we have some peaks in 2011 for sure, too. 1970 and 2011. Vintage. We got another 1970 coming up. Okay, next up, someone we know very well from this perfect team cycle. Wayne Simpson. Now, the problem is, I think this is his rookie year I'm looking at. It is. 139 ERA plus down to 69. Not a very nice ERA plus to go down to. 14 and 3 down to 4 and 7. WHIP 1170 to 1560. Now, this is one where even though we're only going to, the AI is probably only going to cut it in half instead of third, the bad half is so bad, I think I'm willing to give him a spot in the rotation for now, or a spot in the pitching staff for now. But I am going to notate him, so he might be our first cut if we have to. Another 1970 pitcher. All right, next up is Junior Spivey. One-time All-Star. He did have 195 plate appearances the year before. 91 to 120. 94 to 117 to 90 OPS plus. So kind of flat. The home run total the next season only goes down by 3, but the average drops from 301 to 255. Never made another All-Star game. Never got MVP votes after that either. So who's our second baseman right now? Davey Johnson. Okay, definitely not as spiky as Davey Johnson. So we'll put him in the parking lot. Okay, next up on the list is Marvin Freeman. Now, a guy like Mike Scott, his 86 season, I would have loved to have gotten, but he didn't drop off as fast as I would have liked to have seen, I think. I'm going to go look him up anyway. But Marvin Freeman, 4th in Cy Young voting. Never got a Cy Young vote before or after. 179 ERA plus. 67 and 91 are the bookends. I think a really good example of what we're looking for here. So, right-hand pitcher. Okay, let's go to Reb Jr.'s first list. 2018 Chris Davis. And that's the Chris with the C, not the K. All right, 2018, 2013 is what you might have meant. You wrote 2018, but you probably meant 2013. 53 bombs, bookended by 33 and 26. 1004 OPS, bookended by 827 and 704. Great example. I think, we have Bob Hamlin already, but he was a rookie. I kind of like taking this season instead. So I think good call on this Chris Davis. We're going to bump Bob Hamlin. Bob Hamlin maybe could be on like a... an all rookies that did nothing else team. That's Davis CHO2. And it wasn't 2018. I'm grabbing 2013. I'm guessing that was just a typo. Okay, I like Chris Davis there a lot better than Hamlin, so that's good. Matt Kemp. A 2-time All-Star, but negative 1.1 WAR to 8 to 2.8. That's a good clue. 106 to 172 to 147. The 147 might be a little too high, but 28 home runs to 39 to 23. He was second in MVP voting. Wow. I think when I look at the WAR numbers, I think this definitely qualifies. The problem, he's center field only, and we've got Brady Anderson in center field. So we're going to add him to the logjam with center field only players here. But that is another good example. The war transition is huge from negative 1.1 to 8. Amazing. All right, another 2011 candidate, Josh Hamilton, who has had really fun cards in the game as well. Those splitty cards are usually a lot of fun, especially in like the mid tiers. Okay, 5-time All-Star, but I'm sure we're looking at... actually, I think 2010 is looking like the peak season, not 2011. Oh, I see. Can't regress defensively after the 8 wars. So the bat was still decent, which we saw, but the defense fell off. I think you meant 2010 here for Josh Hamilton. In this case, that would be a great example here. Now, the following year was still pretty good, but again, we might be looking at... I mean, the OPS did drop by 160, but if you're also looking at a defensive regression, that would also help. Also, going from an MVP season to 22nd MVP voting, I mean, getting any MVP votes is still impressive, but these peaky MVP seasons are also worth extra note, I think. He's left field, center field, so it does give us some position flexibility. We've got Gonzalez in left and Brady Anderson in center. I think he can be our backup outfielder, though. And maybe a platoon guy if we get a right-handed bat at DH or something. So 2010 is the one I like. Steve Blass. Another. These are the Rev Junior suggestions. Pretty good ones. We do need right-handed pitching. Again, a one-time All-Star, always a good sign. But I wonder if you're looking at the 68 season, because the ERA pluses before and after are much more pronounced than that one-time All-Star season. You called out 73. Oh, maybe you're calling out the drop-off season. 72 is the All-Star season. So the issue with 72 is the year before was actually pretty good. The problem with 68, the year after, is pretty good. Well, no. The year after is only good if you look at the one-loss record for 68. For ERA plus, 72 is, I think, bookended by too good of a previous season. 68, even though it's the year of the pitcher, the ERA plus is 137, 94 before, 78 after. I'm a little hesitant because his peak season was the year of the pitcher, but I feel like the ERA plus doesn't lie. We do need righties. I want to put him at the back end of the bullpen here. Maybe our first cut. But I like Steve Blass here for now. And we're taking 1968. Okay, next up, Lincecum. The problem with Lincecum might be that his lead-in year might be too good. Because he did have a dominant streak and then just dropped off. But I haven't looked at his career in a while. Yeah, see, you have a string of too many good ERA pluses. I think it's hard to parse out a peak here. Because we need a bad lead-in and a bad after season. I don't think we're going to get that here. That's the problem when you have two consecutive 7+ WAR seasons. One's going to always be the bookend of the other. So I don't think we're going to be able to find a Lincecum season that fits. But man, when he was good, he was so good. All right, Yelich. Now, Yelich, especially with injuries, he might be a good candidate here. Yeah. Let's take a look at Yelich. Again, we have to find a year that's not bookended by too good of a year. And when you have back-to-back seasons like this, it's tough. Because the 3-year blend is always going to include one or the other. Right, 2019 would be great with 2020 after, but you've got 2018 before, so I don't think that's going to work. Oh, I'm optimistic about this one though. Barry Zito. He may have the same problem with the lead-in season, but let's take a look. Yeah, if you can find a standalone season, again, the string of seasons might be too good. Now, if you go all the way down to, yeah, even 09, where he goes back up to 100 ERA plus, that's average, and the years before are just slightly below average. I think with Zito, we have a string of too many good seasons. You mentioned 07. I think you're calling off the drop off year. 02 is actually would be a candidate, but it's a 158 bookended by a 125 and a 135. So I think the bookends are too strong. And then, oh yeah, you mentioned Bellinger, but not being sure how the game would account for injuries. But that's a good suggestion there, Bellinger. The MVP season is a 1035 OPS with an 814 before and a 789 after. It's a 167 OPS plus with a 124 and a 112 after. 8.7 WAR with a 4.5 before and a 1.5 after. This might be like Luis Gonzalez territory, where the peak season is great and the bookends might be a little too good, but we need a right fielder. He plays first and center. And I think if we have Gonzalez in, we can have Bellinger in. So I like the suggestion for Bellinger. And we would take the 2019 season. Now, again, Rev Jr. makes a good point about not being sure how the AI is going to account for injuries there. Okay, so now I'm looking at Rev Jr.'s added post from today. Some real good names in there. If they pan out, it'd be exciting. We do need a shortstop, so Petrocelli might be a good option there. But let's go in order. Al Rosen. Because I would love more players like Carlton, where it's like a legendary player with a legendary season and actually like mortal seasons in between. 53, a 10-point WAR surrounded by a 6 and a 4.4. I think the problem here is the bookends are a little too strong. It's a 180 OPS surrounded by a 160 and a 147. A 1034 OPS surrounded by a 911 and a 910. Now, the home run totals are 43 surrounded by 28 and 24. So I see where it's coming from. I think Tommy Harper's much spikier. But I'm going to put him in the parking lot because I think this is the case where the bookends are even better than maybe the Gonzalez and Bellinger seasons were. Or the Bellinger the Gonzalez season was. And who else did we take that was similar? Maybe it was maybe it was Bellinger. Like the bookends might be a little too good, and it's just that like the spike is so high that it makes really good seasons look average, but they are still actually very good seasons. But yeah, this was a good call, the 1953. And I think it's just that one season was so good that it makes the bookends look mortal, but they're still, I think, maybe too good for what we're looking for. But I'm more optimistic about the Petrocelli here. Yeah, 10 WAR surrounded by a 3.8 and a 4.8. A 992 surrounded by a 66, 67, and 807. Perfect. And we did a shortstop. We got ourselves a shortstop. Thank you, Reb Jr., for getting us our starting shortstop. Awesome. And Petrocelli is someone we've had good cards from in Perfect Team, too. I think part of that too is it's hard to find historically good shortstop seasons. Like offensive shortstops are a relatively modern thing. I don't even need a note here. I think he's definitely our dead on shortstop. There's some more OTP cards that were like iconic. Yeah, yeah, no, definitely like the game. You know, like Arky Vaughn is probably always going to have a great card because there aren't that many left-handed hitting shortstops. And if you want to put one in the game, it's Arky Vaughn if it's historic. We'd already looked at Ricky Romero. Cliff Lee is an interesting call. This could be really good. Rev Jr. coming through with some good names. Yeah, so there's a 167 ERA plus. It's bookended by a 72, but it's also bookended by a 31. The WAR also 6.8, bookended by a negative -0.8, but followed by a 5.4. Let's see if there's another year. Oh wait, I think the follow-up season is too good. Even WAR, the follow-up WAR is not terrible. 2011? Okay, we can look at 2011 too. ERA plus 160, bookended by 113 and 128. The whip, though, the lead-in year is actually pretty good whip. The bookends are actually not bad. I think maybe we'll circle back to him if we still need pitchers, but Ubaldo Jimenez. Okay, this is promising. Ubaldo Jimenez. Let's take a look. Yeah, one-time All-Star. Now the lead-in is pretty strong. 161 ERA plus, 136 and 93 of the bookends. Whip 1155. The 1229 before is a little problematic. He comes from a 15 and 12 season, jumps up to a 19.8. I misremembered. I thought he was worse before and after. Sean Figgins. That's interesting. Let's take a look at Figgins. A one-time All-Star. That's always a good indicator. That might not even be the peakiest season, though. But let's see. 09. 789 OPS, surrounded by 685 and 646. 110, surrounded by 83 and 84. You know what? If he has ratings at second, if we could have gotten this 06 season, we could really use that defensive flexibility. I think the problem here is his seasons are so flat that there's a spike there, but the spike isn't that high above average, and the troughs on either side are not that far below average. And we already have a couple of good third basemen that fit. Let's say Ewell Blackwell. $19.50. Oh wow, So he's a multi-time All-Star, but 7.5 WAR, bookended by 1.6 and 3.9. 143 ERA plus, bookended by 100 and 119. Again, 17 and 15 to 16 and 15. The WAR difference is pretty big, but I think 3.9 is not a bad season necessarily. All right, let's see what else we have here. Bobby Shantz. Oh yeah, Bobby Shantz might be good. All right, you mentioned 52. Yeah, 2.4 to 8.8 down to 1.8. Yeah, okay. Nice. The ERA plus is 108 to 159 to 105. So average to way above average to average. 57 might be interesting too. Similar profile, 100 to 148 to 106. But yeah, this 52 season, it's a 24 win season. Okay, I like it. I like this 52 chance. He is a lefty. We've got a lot of lefties here. We have 4 lefties on the 12-man staff. But I think this definitely deserves a spot here. Bobby Shantz. Uh, 1952. Okay, so what are we missing? We're missing a DH, a utility infielder, and an outfielder, and 2 pitchers. Now, for the 2 pitchers, maybe we can grab one we've already looked at. So let's do this. Let me put this on the screen. And I need a little bit of a break. I gotta refill my water. I have to hit the restroom. Where are we in terms of ad breaks? Okay, we're kind of in between ad breaks. So let me run 3 minutes of ads. Let me get my water, and then let's think about some players we might consider to fill these spots. All right. All right, I'm back. I'm okay with more lefties. We'll look at Frank Sweet Music Viola, but first, check out this dude, Bill James. Not that Bill James. There's also two Bill James that overlapped at the same period, but this Bill James went 26-7 between seasons where he went 6-10 and 5-4. His ERA plus 150, bookended by 118 and 90. And third in MVP voting, never got another MVP vote before or after. I'm putting this guy on the team for now. This is great. This is amazing. I wanted season before and after. He gave us almost just exactly that. Oh, I think someone just followed. I don't know, how do I send this? D4Ender01D. Thank you for the follow. I know I probably butchered how you want your name said. If you want to let me know how to say it in the chat, I'd be more than happy to try to say it correctly. So we're going to add this Bill James to the list for that. Oh, Dandroid. Duh. Okay, now that I see it, I was looking at it in the in the follower pop up, but when I see it in the chat, it's very clearly Dandroid. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, so let me add this Bill James. Yeah, I don't think Rev Jr. Is there a reason you're avoiding pre-war guys? I'm okay with pre-war guys. I just don't know a lot about them. That's the only reason I don't have a lot of pre-war guys on my list. But I'm fine with this Bill James. He's almost like an exaggerated version of what I'm looking for here. So. And so what season am I taking? 1914. Oh, you think the engine doesn't like them sometimes? Yeah, that's probably fair. Okay, let's look at Frank Viola. He would be another like Carlton, where he's almost surprising to see on this list, but if the stats support it. I mean, this 1990 season is a pretty good example. 141 ERA plus surrounded by 97 and 92. Is that the year you're thinking? Oh, yeah, you did say 1990. Yeah, this is great. Now, the year before might not get counted because it was so short. 85 innings. I don't know if the AI is going to ignore that or not. Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at half the season. He played with two teams. No, he had a full season. 106 ERA plus to 141 to 92. 13 and 17 to 20 and 12 to 13 and 15. Yeah, it's not a huge spike, but it's a pretty good spike. He's also one like Steve Blass. He might be like the first lefty to get cut if we find a better example. Yeah, I like that. Pretty good. So also wanted to look at relievers are very volatile. And I want to look at Bobby Thigpen. Okay, he is a one-time All-Star. I wasn't, did not know. Okay, 102 to 211 to 115 ERA plus. That's insane. About 1.3 whip to 1 to 1.45. Okay. Thigpen is in our bullpen for sure. That is a huge spike. All right, how many pitchers do I have on this roster? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I only have 12. For a 2024 season sim, should we be going 13 pitchers, or are we good with 12? Because I think I said Blast would be our first cut for right-handers. If we want to keep him and add Thigpen, then we'd have to take out either a reserve outfielder or a reserve infielder. All right, let's take out Blast from now. And I'm putting him at the top of the parking lot actually, because he was the last cut, and he is a pretty good profile. But this Bobby Thigpen profile, I mean, it's an amazing season surrounded by average seasons. It's very much like that Carlton season. Definitely want this one in the mix. And it's the 1990 Thigpen season. Oh, 1990 Viola and 1990 Thigpen? Pretty awesome. Okay, I'm still looking for a DH, an infielder, and an outfielder. Now, we can always go pick people from our parking lot. Oh, yeah, you know what? What about, based on the cards we have, what about LaHare? Or was that a rookie season? Oh, it's a final season. It's actually like almost a first and final season. And actually, from a rate perspective, his partial season the year before was actually even better. So he's not a great fit. How about Bobby Crosby? Yeah, 22 home runs down to 9, but actually his OPS plus is better than next year, so not a great. Oh, how about Bill Hall? There's also some Yankees prospects too, like Kevin Moss. We should look at. Um, 35 bombs surrounded by 17 and 14. But the OPS plus is close because the year before he only had 17 bombs, but he had 21 points higher. The thing is, he would give a short third and maybe center and second. So if I look just at the home run totals, he would fit. And we need a utility guy. Do I kind of like pretend I don't see that his previous season was actually decent and just focus on the home run numbers? he kind of gives us what we need from a roster perspective. I'm putting him in the utility spot for now. I mean, we still have Grabarkowitz in there too. He's a righty. Bill Hall, I think, was a lefty bat, right? Oh no, he's a righty bat. Okay. Bill Hall. He had a good PT25 card, I think. And we're going to take his 2006 season. Okay. So we still needed another... we need a backup outfielder still. Our parking lot has Cito Gaston, who's center field only. Charbonneau, who has a rookie year issue. I guess Dominic Brown, but he's left field only. Matt Kemp was center field only. We may have to add some position flexibility to folks here. I mean, Jacoby Ellsbury fits the profile perfectly. He just doesn't have outfield ability. He just has center field. Also, what about Jake Lamb? It's not an outfield option, but... One-time All-Star. Oh, the problem is the year before he hit a bunch of bombs, too. Yeah, okay. So Bill Hall, I feel like maybe makes the team partly because of his position flexibility. How can we not find a DH? I'm looking at an article right now. I guess Hamlin could be our DH. Oh, I mentioned Kevin Moss, and I forgot to look up Kevin Moss. Oh yeah, the problem is his lead-in season is not terrible. Or I mean, well, it depends. If you look at 91, his lead-in season is good. If you look at 1990, it's a rookie season, and his follow-up season is not terrible. He's more of like a flash in the pan rookie, I guess. Similar to Charbonneau. Marcus Giles. Oh, Rev's saying 67 Ted Abernathy. Okay, I'll check him out next. One-time All-Star. That fits. 136, bookended by 86 and 111. The 111 might be a little high. And he's second base only. Who's our current second baseman? Oh, Davey Johnson. King of the one-year spikes. All right, let's look up Rev Association Ted Abernathy. '67. 6.2 WAR surrounded by negative 0.2 and 2.8. 2.99 ERA plus, 299 Aaron Plus, surrounded by 96 and 129. Got MVP votes for the only time in his career. Another great reliever season. 60. Is he a righty or a lefty? Another righty. Okay. Yeah, we are the deep cuts now. I mean, I'm surprised it's that hard to find an outfielder with position flexibility and the DH. It feels like should be easy. Sean Green. Okay, hold on. First, let me find a spot here for Abernathy. Does he replace because Constanti has the previous year might be too good tag. So if I take Constanti out and replace with Abernathy, that actually feels like a better fit. So I'm going to move Constanti to the last man out. And we'll put Ted Abernathy in here. Okay, and I like the Sean Green call by Late Tate. Let's check out Sean Green. .42 bombs surrounded by 35 and 24. 144 OPS plus surrounded by 117 and 116. I think part of the issue is he has like 2 spikes too. But this is a really good season surrounded by a couple of like more average seasons. The thing though is he has bigger spikes that are surrounded by equally above average seasons. It's a tough sell. I actually didn't realize how consistently good he was until I looked at this. This is a 2, 4, 5 year stretch. I mean, 2000 has a little bit of a dip, but the 99 Sean Green is also right field only. Who's our right fielder? Oh, Bellinger. Actually, could we start Sean Green and then move Bellinger to backup outfield? All right, I'm putting Sean Green in the parking lot for now, but with the possibility of promoting him. Lete, good call on the Sean Green. I think he has potential here. He just might be too good in the seasons around him. But we took Luis Gonzalez, and he was kind of like that. But Luis Gonzalez's bookends were still, I think, his peak was higher than Green's, and his bookends were, I think, better than Green's. So, I don't know. Let's look at Jamie Carroll. Yeah, second base, third base, shortstop. 2006. 300 surrounded by 251 and 225. 781 surrounded by 617 and 616. Pretty good. Second and short with some third base. Who would we replace though? Grabarkowitz or Hall? All right, he's another one. I'm going to put him at the top of the parking lot because I think he has a lot of potential. Yeah, I agree with it. Maybe 2 meter. Like Grabarkowitz's rookie season, like it wasn't his rookie season, but his season was so good and surrounded by nothing. Carroll is like you're saying. He's a little more above average, surrounded by below average. But I'm putting him at the top of the parking lot along with Sean Green. All right, I'm gonna do some research now. I'm gonna do some what like MLB one hit wonders maybe. This article is actually like literally one hit. Look up old card lists from OT versions before you play. How could I even find them? I just found an article though. It was like literally guys who had gotten just one hit in their careers. I was like, oh, that's not what I'm looking for, but it's pretty interesting. Okay, this article is more modern players only, but Justin Smoke. One time All Star. That's always a good sign. 38 homers surrounded by 14 and 25. 883 OPS surrounded by 705 and 808. The 808's pretty strong though. A 3-point WAR surrounded by negative 0.5 and 2.5. It's only a 0.6 WAR difference. Oh, how about Brock Holt? It's perfect team legend Brock Holt. Was there a one hit wonder category in Perfect Team, Rev Jr.? I might have misunderstood what you're saying there. A one time All Star. Oh, the OPS is just flat though. Oh, there's a card type of 1 year wonder, but we can't see that from within. I've only been playing Perfect Team since PT24, so I don't know that I would have access to that. I was optimistic with Brock Holt because he was such a good Swiss Army knife, but um, oh, I see. The article I'm looking at is one time All Stars. Like they have Jackie Bradley Jr. in here. One time All Star. 118 OPS, but the year before that was 119 OPS. It is 26 home runs surrounded by 10 and 17, though. Oh, you know what I can do? With some of these guys, if I import their career defensive ratings, then they might cease being center field only. So, one of my favorites was Jacoby Ellsbury for this. Let's go look at him again. He might fit the bill for our backup outfielder if he played other outfield spots in his career. Yeah, so in 08 he played all the outfield spots, more than 10 games. And his offensive season is definitely fits. So Jacoby Ellsbury is going to be our backup outfielder. And we're going to just make sure we import his career defense. So that's awesome. That problem is solved. We're still looking for a DH, though. Because I actually really like that Jacoby Ellsbury offensive season as a fit. The center field was actually the only problem there. Eric Hosmer, interesting name. Definitely feels like it could work. I think that's the problem, right? Especially like the older players. Oh, one-time All-Star. 25, but he has a 25 home run season the year after. The year after is actually the better season from an OPS. So the 2017 Hosmer is actually the peak. But it's a little flat around him. Maybe it's like what about like the unlikely MVPs, right? Because like Zoilo Versailles came from that list. His season before was a little too good. Yeah, I was looking at the 17 Hosmer. What about like Justin Morneau? He has, because this year he had 345. He had 274 the year before and 227 the year after. His OPS goes from 130 to 187 to 70. The year before might be too good though. Oh, what about Caminiti? He was good, but he had that one like huge year, right? 26 to 40 back down to 26. 894 to 1028 down to 897. Wins the MVP. No MVP votes the year before or after. So 96 Caminiti. Do we have a spot for him at third base? Who's our third baseman? Tommy Harper. I like the Caminiti better than the Harper. What do you think? Caminiti like feels so spiky. I'm liking this Caminiti. And I think also that's an MVP season too. So it definitely feels spiky. Oh, how about Kevin Mitchell? Mets legend Kevin World Mitchell. He would be a decent DH candidate if his 47 home runs, 19 before, 35 after. 1023, 760 before, 904 after. The season after might be too strong, but the season before is so weak. I think this might be our DH. RBI is 80, 125, 93. The after season might be a little too strong, but I think this is a really good DH candidate. Because that 47 home run season, I know a lot. Like, he led the majors. Didn't even lead the league in those categories after. He led the majors in home runs, RBI, slugging, OPS, all these things. Didn't even touch the lead before or after. All right, I'm putting him as our DH for now. Even though the postseason, the after season is a little strong, this feels pretty good to me. And again, there's a bit of a modern bias because, like, of course, I remember him, especially like after the Mets traded him away. Um, was Ryan Howard? Did he have a stretch where he might have had a peak season in there? Yeah, here's the problem. His 58 is the best of his career, but he had a 47 after. He had a 1084 OPS. Yeah, exactly, Rev Jr. Too many years of being too good, I think. What about Terry Pendleton's MVP year? Although I don't think he was. I don't think he played anything but third base. That's the problem with him. The one year he was an MVP was the year before his one All Star appearance too, and those 2 years are too good right next to each other, so it's not going to form a spike. 87 was average with a below average trough, which is not the best shape we want. I mean, we have a roster now at least. I am getting a little picky now, looking to see if I can find someone better. What about? I think Willie Hernandez was too consistently good, but he had that MVP season. I think it was 84. Yeah, MVP, 204 ERA plus, 110 before, but the 150 after might be too good. So, kind of thought maybe there was something there, but okay. I found an interesting said greatest outlier seasons. Outlier is a good word, maybe I should have been using. Roger Maris had a bit of an outlier, but he won back-to-back MVPs, so that's the problem. Even though the 61 home runs were by far the most he ever hit. Um, oh, how about Rich Aurelia? I'm spelling that wrong. Let's start Rich. Oh, it's with an I. Aurelia. One-time All-Star. 37 bombs. Oh, look at this. 941 surrounded by 783 and 718. But he's shortstop only. But in his career, he plays all the infield spots. So if we import career fielding, and I like that Aurelia probably better than the Bill Hall. Because Bill Hall had that good lead in season. So now we can bump Bill Hall. Brian Downing for DH. Okay, let me take a look at that. Let me let me get Bill Hall in here though. Because this Rich Aurelia season, I remember. Not that that should be the criterion, but it was It was quite an aberration. 2001. Okay, Brian Downing. One-time All-Star, always helpful. 142 followed by a 118. Because it was 80. Was it 80 or 81 that was a strike year? He might have been hurt in 80. I wonder. But yeah, that's it. Who's our DH right now? Oh, but the Mitchell, like he led the Mitchell led the majors in home runs. I think I got to go Mitchell over Downing. I'm actually, now that we've got the position flexibility from importing the career fielding, I'm very happy with Ellsbury and Aurelia now as the backups, as the utility guys. Uh, I think that Chris Davis from Reb Jr. was a really good improvement at first. Caminiti and Petrocelli feel really good at short and third. Um, I think we're pretty good now. I feel like we're pretty set. I just wonder if we're missing someone obvious. Um, like Aurelia is what I'm uh, glad I saw in this thread, because that's one in hindsight I would have been like, oh yeah, we should have looked at that. No, the form isn't closed. The form's not closed till we start the sim. Is it not open? It should be open. You might want to refresh. I see it pinned. Okay, they're mentioning Chase Headley and then also Mets legend R.A. Dickey. So I'm going to look at two more guys and then we're going to start the sim. I'm pretty happy with where we are right now. But let's look up Chase Headley. And again, these are all modern guys too, modern-ish guys. Yeah, never hit over 14 bombs and hit 31 here. But again, he's like a mediocre OPS guy. Although it is 145 OPS. That's not, I guess that's not mediocre. But he'd be a third base, first base guy. Who do we have at third base and first base? Oh, we've got Caminiti and Chris Davis. Yeah, we're not moving them. And then they also mentioned R.A. Dickey. One-time All-Star, 20-6. But the ERA plus not great, 139, 112, and 98. Like the bookends are okay. He's another one though. I think like that season gets notoriety because he's a Cy Young winner. But the year before was actually not terrible. I mean, his record was terrible, but his ERA plus was not terrible. His whips go from, it's just not as it's not as terrible before and after, not as spiky during. But R.A. Dickey, I mean, I'm gonna put him in the parking lot just in case. But I don't see a real need for him. I just have a soft spot for him because he's a former Met. Also, his OOTP ID is Dicker.01. Okay, I like this roster. We're going to go with this. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy these columns. We're going to import them to Franchise Time Machine is what we always set this to. All right, then I'm going to create a notepad file. And here, I'll show you what I'm doing. Here's one of the experiments we did to help identify what was going on here with the 3-year blend. We just brought in several versions of Brady Anderson. Right, and the 96 should have been clearly better than the others, and it wasn't. And that's when we started really suspecting there was something happening with the import. Because he is the spikiest of spiky players. So this is what we want it to look like, right? It's player ID, comma, the year, and then because we're going to import it to a specific team, the comma, FTM for franchise time machine. So I'm going to copy these 3 columns from here. And then we're going to paste them into here. And then this is a bit of busy work, but I need to replace these tabs with commas. There's probably a smarter way to do this, but I don't mind doing this 26 times. Okay. And then we'll go back up to the top. We need to replace this tab with a comma. All right, and now we just have to rename this. Peakiest peak seasons. Okay. So I think we're good. We could do the import. Let's go set up the game in the base game. I did not win this tournament. I don't need to see what happened there then. I wonder if that means Smiley Face Jane knocked me out. We faced Smiley Face Jane in the quarterfinal. Oh, look at this. Smiley Face Jane, thank you for not rubbing my face in it wherever you are. Smiley Face Jane swept me in the quarterfinal. So we won 2 historical silver packs and a handful of PTCS qualification points. There's another tournament I was in. Let me just peek in on that real quick. Not anything there. Hold on, I might be in the wrong account. Oh, Monday Night History Lesson. We're still in it. To go with the 5th to 8th place in live bronze and the 33rd to 64th place in Monday up and atom bronze. Oh, we're down 3-1 though in the 4th round. So we're in the final 32, which means we've got 25 clubhouse stars already. Could get some more if we can hang in there, but we're down 3-1. All right, so let's get out of here. Let's open a new game, a new quick start. We'll use the creator roster for 2024 sims like this. It's called the Creator Roster Quick Start, but it's basically the Quick Start where all the injuries are off and things like that, which makes it ideal for an import like this. So this will be an experiment. It is Peakiest. Peakiest. V1. All right, so we're going to create that. Apologies that the setup took a while, but I think it was worth it to get to a good roster because we're going to use that roster again when we get the single season import. So I wanted to, try to land a really good one. All right, the mailbox we need to update. The quick start doesn't save the mailbox settings, unfortunately. And the manager options we need to update too to minimize our interruptions. Okay, so let's just save that. Let me just make sure that the modifiers are the way we want them to be so our players don't get nerfed when we bring them in. They are locked and not recalculating. Perfect. Let's go ahead and delete our roster. Okay, and then let's go ahead and import our players. So all importing and player creation takes place in the free agency screen. So we go to our manager, GM and manager actions, sign a free agent. If you're in commissioner mode, you'll have this actions pull down, create fictional players, which you do a lot of in our community games, but tonight we'll be importing historical players. Historical data. Where are all my other databases? They're usually like a bunch of other databases listed. That's weird. That's concerning. Okay, up here is where you can import players one at a time. One of the downsides of that is it takes time to do each import. The other downside is you don't get to designate where it's going. Oh, we need to designate where it's going. So that we don't have to go through 26 times and assign players to our team. We are going to rename our 3-letter abbreviation to match our export file or import file. And that was FTM for Franchise Time Machine. Now we can change this back to NYM if we want. But for the import, it has to be FTM because that's what it's going to be looking for. All right. So now we can go back to importing. So yeah, two things. You have to do it one at a time, so 26 times. But then also you don't get to designate where it goes. So they're all going to go in the free agency screen. And then you have to move them over to your team. The benefit, one of the big benefits of using the file is that you can designate where they go. All right, Peakiest seasons. All right, now this is where... Oh, look at this. We have the new... This now gives us the option. The default was 3 years. Ratings calculation base 1 year. I thought it was still in the beta. We now have the option. So after this sim, tomorrow even, we can do the 1-year version. This is great. I think the big issue was very few people seem to know. I did a survey, and very few people knew that it was a 3-year calculation that was being imported. And so I think like people were like me, where they were confused as why this 72 Carlton wasn't performing as expected, because it wasn't actually a 72 Carlton. It was a 71, 72, and 73 Carlton. So we didn't even know to ask for a 1 year because we didn't realize that that's what was happening. Potential ratings based on... Now this is the fielding ratings. We're going to base fielding ratings on entire career. This is how we're going to get Jacoby Ellsbury playing other outfield positions. And double weight of current year stats. I don't know what the default was. I assumed it was no, so we're going to put it to no. And this is to minimize any nerfing based on small sample sizes. So I'm going to take these way down for pitchers and hitters. I don't think we're importing any small samples, but the bookend seasons might be small. So I'm going to take these down. Okay, and then we're going to do the import. Actually, let me screenshot this so I don't forget what settings we used. All right, here we go. We're going to import. Now we're doing an intentional 3-year blend because we're trying to match what the game was doing before we got this 1-year option. 26 players were imported. That's what we want. Let's go look at our roster to make sure nothing looks amiss. And again, this looks amiss because these are low star ratings. It's because Bobby Thigpen, for example, right? We're grabbing this 1990 season. This 1990 season is a 1.83 ERA, 1.04 WHIP, 226 ERA plus, but we're getting a blend with the other seasons. That's why he doesn't look like a 203 ERA plus pitcher, right? Let's look at the Carlton too. The Carlton, remember that insane season I was telling you about? He won 27 games. His team won 59. So he won 27 games on a really bad team. To do that, you have to be an amazing pitcher. Where is Carlton, right? So this does not look like the profile of a world beater like that. And again, part of the issue is we're importing 72, but we're getting 71 and 73. So you're getting a 1.97 ERA blended with a 3.56 and a 3.90. A 0.99 WHIP blended with a 1.36 and a 1.38. And so that's why when we do the single season version of this roster, it's going to play very different. All right, so let's see what the AI wants to do with the pitching staff. And I'm going to make my own edits to this. Yeah, so that Carlton that went 27 and 10 on a 59 win team, according to this, is a 3-star pitcher. And it's because he's getting watered down by those seasons before and after. In fact, it put Viola ahead of Carlton in the rotation. Bobby Shantz should be a relief pitcher. So we're going to move him. Oh, no, wait. Was he a starter? I thought he was a reliever. I might be wrong about that. Because he's a starter early in his career. Oh, did we grab the 52? Okay, this is when he was still a starter. I think of him as a reliever down here. But yeah, we grabbed his peak starter season. So he is in the rotation. It's got Marvin Freeman as the closer. That's interesting. All right, then let's see what it wants to do with the batters. Again, Brady Anderson, 50-some bombs. 60 power, right? 60 power is not 50 bombs. Rev Jr. just saw an advertisement for what is now, in his opinion, the dumbest idea for a stage show event ever. They are selling tickets to a fake trial event where the audience plays the jury. So people are paying to do fake jury duty. Amazing. That's amazing. All right, let's see. Okay, let's see what the AI does with this lineup. So Hoyles actually looks really good. What's going on with Hoyles? I guess the surrounding years are good enough that he's still pretty awesome. And Rick Wilkins' surrounding years are bad enough that he got really nerfed. Gabarkowitz, 289. Really weak seasons on either side. Got severely nerfed. What'll be interesting is like guys like Caminiti. How much better will this profile be when he doesn't have those other seasons bookending it? Look, Gonzalez is still a 5-star. I think I did mention, right, his bookend seasons are still really strong. Right, 57 bombs. It's 31 and 20 on either side, but the OPSs are 935 and 896. Those are still really good OPSs. So he still gets a 5-star. Hamilton Mitchell still get 4.5 stars. Caminiti still gets 4.5 stars. Now, does Ellsbury get position? Okay, they only gave him left and center, though. I was expecting right field to come with that. But we do have enough coverage everywhere, though. This is what I was worried about. We do have enough second, third, short, left, center, right. Okay, we're in good shape. Ellsbury is leading off versus both. Caminiti second. Gonzalez batting third versus righties. Mitchell batting third versus lefties. It's wow. Brady Anderson doesn't even start on this team because he's so nerfed by the surrounding seasons. That's interesting. Bellinger starting versus lefties. And how is Hamilton not starting versus righties? Oh, probably because of Gonzalez. Hamilton versus righties versus... Okay, Mitchell's probably might be better there. That's true. Is there really no spot for Hamilton versus righties? I guess not. Well, wait, I think I like Hamilton better than Bellinger. It's just Bellinger's got the better glove. Yeah, so we're going to go Hamilton over Bellinger in right field. Davey Johnson's not... Oh, Rich Revelia is... Our backup is starting. Probably because Johnson's so bad in the field, but I like Johnson versus lefties better. So we're going to start Davey Johnson versus lefties. And we're going to have... Well, Brady Anderson's not playing at all. Wow. He does have left and right because we imported defensive career. All right, and I think Rick Wilkins. Let's get Rick Wilkins some ABs versus. Well, I don't know. Hoyles is really good versus righties too. Let's see what the depth chart looks like. Oh, it's gonna. This is interesting. It's gonna play Anderson every second game versus righties. But then bench Gonzalez, really? 60, 75, 75, and you're going to bench him. I don't agree with that. I could say maybe every third game, but then have Gonzalez play at least DH every third game. So Anderson comes in. Well, then why not just let Anderson DH? That would be easier. Let's just do that. I'll just let Anderson DH every third game. Actually, I don't mind him subbing for Hamilton every fourth game. Bellinger and Anderson coming in for Ellsbury versus righties too. Maybe Bellinger. every third. Let's see. Ellsbury versus Bellinger versus righties. No, I think Ellsbury is the better offensive player. Okay, but if we're going to spell him, better to spell him versus righties. So we'll do every third game versus righties. We'll get Davy Johnson ABs here versus at first base. Yeah, I think that's fair. That's not bad. And then versus lefties. And then let's set our strategy to sabermetric. Okay, this is our setup. I think you can make your guesses now. How are we on guesses? Let me see how many pack giveaway forms have come in. Pretty good. Pretty good. A lot better than last night. And last night we had some raids too. This is no raids, and we got a really good turnout here on the pack giveaway forms. Nice. All right, so let me see how we are on ad rolls. Okay, ads are going to start in 9 minutes. We're just going to fire those now. This is your 3-minute warning for the pack giveaway form. I'm going to go refill my water. Get ready to run the sim. This way we won't get interrupted during the sim. All right, 3 minutes. I'll be back. Good luck, everybody. I'll leave. I guess I'll leave the bat. Maybe the batting is more interesting. I'll leave this up. right. I am back. We are back. If anyone is about to hit submit on their pack giveaway form, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to close the form and we'll review the guesses and then we'll start the sim. And I am super excited now that the 1 year import is now available. Was not the case before. Very much looking forward to resuming our historic simulations now that we're getting the players we thought we were getting. So thank you, OOTP Developments, for getting that out so quickly. I mean, we just surfaced that issue in the forums, like, I think less than a month ago. When was the Brady Anderson stream? Let me check. It was episode 309, so it was a little over a month ago. And we already have... And then it took a while, you know, for the discussion of the forum to kind of sort out what was going on. And then we already have a fix for it, which is great. All right, I'm not hearing anyone in the chat asking me to hold off, so I'm going to go ahead and close the form. And we will review the guesses. There are 70 of you in the competition tonight. Good luck, everybody. All right. One person thinks this will have the worst record in the majors. No one thinks they'll be worse than the AL. Well, that's weird. How can you be worse than the majors but not worse than the NL? So that might have just been a misunderstanding there. Although we are back to one in last in the division, which is odd. One below 500. Most of you think this team will make the playoffs. About 70% think it'll win the division and make it to the World Series, but only a quarter of you think it'll win the World Series. Under half of you think there's a Cy Young Award winner in here, and just over half think that there's an MVP winner here. That's interesting. And again, hopefully you're taking into account the 3-year blend. And when we do this next, we'll have the 1-year version. We'll be getting that really peak Steve Carlton and, you know, those the peak Brady Anderson, Ken Caminiti, and I think we'll have a very different sim experience. But let's see what happens with this team with the 3-year blend. This is what we're getting in OTP when you import players until recently with this latest update. All right, so first of all, let's save this. And let's save it as a quick start too. This is most helpful in case we decide we ever want to run this back. In 3-year. Okay, so this is 3-year blend, Peakiest peak seasons roster. Saving this as a quick start. And now we can go ahead and sim to opening day. The significance of opening day is that's when the preseason predictions are available. All right, and let's see what the AI thinks is going to happen. We go to MLB. Reports and info, preseason predictions. Okay, 600 to 800, 900, 600 to 900-ish runs, right, are kind of typical. 984 runs for us, 121 win season predicted, 307 ERA. Top hitters and pitchers. Patel Marte, the top hitter. We only have one top hitter in the top 10 Luis Gonzalez, and that's 38 home runs projected. He hit 52 or 53 in real life. But again, we're doing the 3-year blend, which used to be the OOTP26 default. Our pitching staff is much better. This is Bill James from the 1913 season. Frank Viola, Shantz, Carlton, all in the top 10. So the AI likes the pitching staff better than the hitting, I guess. I don't know. Is anyone in the chat feeling differently about their predictions now that they see this? I don't know who is predicting what, but the 121 wins is quite a few. All right, let's watch the first game of the season. Let's sim to our opening day, which is March 28th. The UK series is going on right now between the Dodgers and the Padres. Let's see what happened in that series. They did split. That's the usual outcome when we sim this. Leite should have waited to see the ratings. Yeah, the 3-year blend does some weird stuff. But that was the whole point, is I wanted to, experience the 3-year blend and then what I was looking for and just see how big of a difference that was. All right, let's we're going to watch our first game of the season here. All right, we did score 1 in the bottom of the first, but the AI didn't want to show us that, taking us to the top of the third. 2 outs, runners on the corners for Sal Frelick facing Frank Viola. Pops him up, and Chris Hoyles makes the out. The AI takes us to the bottom of the third, 1 out, 0-2 count for Ken Caminiti with runners in first and second. Blooper in the right, and it drops in. Bases loaded for Luis Gonzalez. Fly ball to the right field. That looks deep enough, and it's gone. Top of the fourth. That's a deep shot in the right field, and that's gone. I think the Brewers are Clay Dog's team, so too bad Clay Dog's not around for this. Top of the eighth. Our Peakiest peak performers are up 7-1, but Milwaukee's got a runner on first and Rhys Hoskins at bat. Dick Ellsworth in the game in relief. That's a deep shot to left center field, and that's gone. Top of the ninth, 1 out, 1-2 count. Runners on second and third for Willy Adames. This is a dangerous position. Tying run is on deck. Line shot into right field. That's going to score a couple. Marvin Freeman gets touched up for that one. It's now a 3-run game. The tying run is at the plate in the form of Garrett Mitchell. 1 out, 0-1 count. Line drive to center. It's going to hang up enough for the out, but might be deep enough to score the run. And it does. 2-run game for Joey Ortiz. Runner on first. Marvin Freeman, line shot to second, gets the out. The bullpen did Viola no favors, but they hang on to win. Freeman does get the save, despite giving up 2 runs. Yeah, the bullpen in particular, I think, is going to get hurt by the 3-year blend because, relief pitcher seasons are so volatile. Thigpen in particular, right? Very mortal season surrounding his crazy 200 ERA plus season. – 3-0 start, not too bad. .828 win percentage. Batter of the month and pitcher of the month. Let's go check that out. Caminiti takes batter of the month. 373 average, 38 hits, 13 home runs, 35 RBIs in the month of April. Wow. Bill James from 1913, 6-0 in 6 starts, 152 opponent batting average, 46 strikeouts and 43 and a third, only 8 walks and a 2.08 ERA. Man, if the 3-year blend team is going to play this well, I can't wait to see what the one season team is going to do. 23-game winning streak, 13-game run streak by Bellinger, 24-game hitting streak by Bellinger, 31 on base streak by Caminiti, 7-game extra base hit streak by Bellinger. Let's see if we got any player or pitchers of the month awards. Frank Viola, pitcher of the month for May. 4-0, 3.12 ERA in 6 starts. That's a pretty high ERA for pitcher of the month. 43 in the third innings, 41 strikeouts, 192 opponent batting average. We don't get Badler with it. That goes to Ketel Marte. 495 on base percentage for Marte to go with a 931 batting average. Jeez. All right, we have the top 3 home run hitters. The RBI leader in Caminiti. Second in ERA with Bobby Shantz. Bill James leading the league in wins. The pitching, I think, is where we're going to have the biggest improvement when we go to single season import. All right, the month of June incoming. Oh, there's the owner bothering us, even though the owner box is unchecked. We're not supposed to have any owner goals in this sim. .753 win percentage, 756 win percentage. All right, let's sim to the All-Star break. We're at 62 wins. Only 4 other teams have 50 wins, and 3 of them are the NL West. The NL West is beating up on each other. All right, let's sim to the All-Star break. 12-game winning streak headed into the All-Star break. We have to play 1 more game. And there we go. Let's see the All-Star voting. NL fan voting results. Chris Hoyle, second at catcher. Caminiti leading the votes at third base. So first, second, and short, we weren't in the top 3 in voting. First base was Chris Davis. Second is Davey Johnson. And short is Rico Petrocelli. I think this will be very different when we get those single season imports. Luis Gonzalez leading in left field. Bellinger leading in center field. And Kevin Mitchell third in the voting at DH. Now, the AI voting does seem to break when it comes to voting for imported players and created players. So let's take a look to see. But with this team, actually, it might not be a snub. Well, Bill James is 13-1 with a 3.28. Bobby Shantz is 14-1 with a 2.35. At least those two seem like they should have made it in. But let's take a look. Fulton Nevich also 1.04 ERA in a setup role. 0.58 WHIP for him. The AI actually has been doing a decent job selecting setup men for the All-Star game. Much more so than in OOTP25. So that seems like maybe it was a conscious decision by the developers. All right, let's see who was actually selected for the team. So we go down to the NL side. Okay. Shantz was selected, but that's it. Out of our pitchers, only Shantz. None of our relief pitchers, no other starters. Chris Hoyles was selected at shortstop or a catcher, hitting 312 with 29 bombs. Caminiti was voted in. Gonzalez was voted in. Kevin Mitchell was chosen, 290 with 30 home runs at the All-Star break. And Bellinger was voted in. So not a lot of non-voted chosen players, just the two, I think. All right, let's go to the home run contest, see if we have anyone in here. Kevin Mitchell, Chris Hoyles, and Ken Caminiti all in the competition. Mitchell and Caminiti advance. Hoyles loses to Yordan Alvarez. And Aaron Judge beat Ellie De La Cruz. Kevin Mitchell takes out Aaron Judge 7-6, and Caminiti takes out Alvarez. It's a all imported player final. Kevin Mitchell versus Ken Caminiti. And Caminiti takes it 9-8. It's not often that our imported or created players win this, so that's worth a screenshot. All right, now let's go to the All-Star game itself. The NL does win. Caminiti hit a home run. 2 for 3 with a bomb, 2 RBIs, and a run scored. Oh, look at that win probability graph. 3 in the bottom of the ninth to walk it off. They go into the bottom of the ninth down 6-4, down by 2 runs, and they score 3 to walk it off. Let's see, who did we have in the game? Luis Gonzalez went 0 for 3. Caminiti went 2 for 3 with a run scored and 2 RBI, including a home run. Bellinger 1 for 3. Hoyles 1 for 1 as a pinch hitter. Tugi, welcome in. We are in the middle of simming. So here's the thing. Also, hope you had a good stream. I was watching Baffle in the background while I was streaming. I saw that he raided into you. So if you had a good end of your stream. And what we're doing tonight. No way. The Jamarcus Russell Chronicles were continuing and you made him an MVP winner. That's amazing. You must be incredibly good at that game to do that. All right, so here's what we're doing. We learned through our experiments that in Out of the Park Baseball, when you import a historic player, specifically, you just walked off Peyton Manning and the Colts in Indy to go to the NFC title game. That's awesome. Oh, so you're still going to be in the postseason your next time you stream. I'm going to have to watch that. I have to make a mental note to check that out. Jamarcus Russell in the AFC title game. Amazing. MVP, Jamarcus Russell. So we did some experiments importing the 1996 Brady Anderson. And for those of you who may not remember, he had, in his career, his highest home run totals were, I think, like 25 or so. And in 1996, he had over 50 home runs. But when I would import that 1996 Brady Anderson, his power rating never matched the power rating to hit 50 home runs. And so I tried other players like that who had like these peak seasons that were kind of aberrations from their normal. And they all never were rated as high as it seemed like they should have. And so I asked about in the Out of the Park Baseball forums, and the developer said, well, that's because when you import a player, we're giving you a 3-year blended average of the seasons. So when I was importing a 1996 Brady Anderson, it was actually importing a profile based on 95, 96, and 97. So then I asked around, and most of the people asked it. I didn't know that was the case. I thought when I asked for 96, I'd be getting 96. So then I went back to the forum and said, okay, this is a case. None of us knew that was the case. We would all like to have the year we requested. And so actually within a month and a half, they've now included in the game the option to import just 1 season or a 3-season blend or a 5-season blend. So to kind of illustrate and understand that difference, we imported a bunch of peak seasons like Brady Anderson on one roster with a 3-year blend, which is the old way the game used to import. And that's what we're doing right now. And then the next time I do this, we're going to do the 1-season version where we actually get the 50 home run Brady Anderson. And we actually get the 1972 Steve Carlton, who won 27 games out of his team's 59 games. Right? We're going to get the actual single peak seasons and see how those results compare to these results. I mean, they can't help but be better because we intentionally picked the peakiest seasons we could. But this is the 3-year blend version, and we're already having a great season. So these peak season players with the 3-year blended seasons are 76 and 21 at the All-Star break. I think when we do the single season import, which probably the next time we stream, I think this team will do even better. So that Carlton's a good example. He had a sub-2 ERA, just dominant pitcher. The seasons around it were like a mid-3 ERAs, and he's got a low-3 ERA. Right? When we do this as a 1-year import, I fully expect this Carlton to be 15-0 with a 1.7 ERA or something at this point. So all these pitchers, all these batters, all had like big pop-up seasons where their one season was way better than the others. But we're seeing the 3-year blended import version tonight. So this is, I guess, part 1 of a 2-part experiment. But now that we have that 1-year import available, I'm going to restart all of our historic import games and sims because to me it's now fixed. But we'll confirm that the next time I stream, probably tomorrow. All right, so we just finished with the All-Star game, so we're going to sim the rest of July. It does seem like it was part of the new update, Smiley Face Jane. 45 game on base streak by Luis Gonzalez. 88 and 22, and 800 even win percentage. Kevin Mitchell. This is the 1989 Kevin Mitchell, who hit 47 home runs. He already has 36 bombs, and it's only August 1st. 1996 Ken Caminiti, third in the league in home runs, 92 RBI. Now, the pitchers seem to have been hit hardest by the 3-year blending. Shantz is actually doing very well. Carlton's doing surprisingly well considering the seasons that were blended with that 72 season. But the rest of the pitching staff, nowhere to be seen on the leaderboards. All right, we'll sim the rest of August. Man, I can't believe Jamarcus Russell won an MVP, even in computer football. That's amazing. 10-game win streak by Bill James from 1913. And the Bill James is actually the most shocking one because his bookend seasons that were blended with his peak season were terrible. And he's still putting in a pretty good season here. 18 and 2. Pretty good. An amazing season. 18 and 2. Here's what we had to work with Bill James. Right, the season we wanted is 26 and 7, 1.9 ERA, 1.14 WHIP. Now that's getting blended with 6 and 10, 2.79, 5 and 4, 3.03. Not that they're bad seasons, but compared to his peak, they're definitely subpar. But he is doing amazingly well. Carlton too, considering his peak season that we want is this 72. 27 and 10, 1.97 ERA. It's getting blended with 3.56 and 3.90. Or even from a whip perspective, 0.99 blended with 1.36 and 1.38. Yes, the Bill James baseball abstract joke by Smiley Face Jane. Amazing. I was also the nerdy kid on the baseball team who was actually reading Bill James books on the bus rides to baseball games. Trying to convince my friends that batting average is not as important as they think. Hey, Marbeck, welcome in. We are finishing up a sim here, testing out importing players with a 3-year blend, which used to be the default in the game. And then next time we're going to import them with a 1-year import, which is what I thought we were getting, is what I've wanted. And that OOP Developments is just included in the latest update. So very exciting if you're a baseball nerd like I am. All right, so let's go back to our season. We are at September 1st. We only have less than a month to the end of the regular season. So we are at 111-26. The preseason prediction for this team was 121 wins. It looks like we're going to beat that. $117, $118. There's $121. Yeah, we crushed it. 32 game save streak by Marvin. Is that wow? We gotta go look at his real stats because that's an amazing streak considering the bookend seasons around the season we asked for were not great. Marvin free win. Okay, let's look now. The season we grabbed is the 1994 season, but with the blend, it's a 2.80 ERA. We're getting a 6.08 and a 5.89 combined with that. WHIP 1.21 is the season we want. We're getting a 1.44 and a 1.72 mixed in with that. And yet he is coming through with a 37 save, 3.18 ERA season, 1.17 WHIP. Considering the seasons they got blended, that's pretty good. All right, we have one more game to play before we get to the end of the regular season, so let's sim that. All right, we finished 130-32. I think there's some teams that have one more game left to play. I don't know who they might be, though. Let's see. The Padres and the Dodgers. Wait a second. Why did they have so few games? Oh, sorry. I was looking at their road record. I was confused. Okay. It's not that they don't have enough games. It's that we have some ties to break. Okay. The Dodgers and Padres need to break a tie for the NL West champion. And then I think we have a wild card tie. Oh, yeah. We may end up going to a game 164 because the Yankees, Guardians, and Royals have to break a three-way tie for the wild card spot. Those are always kind of interesting to watch. Okay, this is just a one-game playoff. Dodgers and Padres. Padres win, surprisingly. The Dodgers sim very well in OOTP26. Oh, I guess we just have one tie to break. Why is it just Kansas City and Cleveland? Oh, I wonder if the winner then plays the Yankees. All right, let's take a look and see what happens here. Okay, the Royals win. And now the Royals play the Yankees. Okay. So the Royals are going to end up with 164 games. And the Royals win again to get that last wildcard spot. All right, Bobby Shantz gets the most wins and the ERA crown. Kevin Mitchell is the home run champion. Jacoby Ellsbury goes 2020. Wow, we did not finish in the top 3 in RBIs. That's a little surprising. Mitchell and Hoyles first and second in OPS. Hoyles and Caminiti second and third in batter war. Shantz led the league in ERA. Shantz, James, and Viola led the league in wins. Marvin Freeman third in saves. Pretty good. Again, though, I expect this Carlton to be a world beater when we get the 1 year saves. And frankly, this whole team might go like 150 and something. Bobby Thigpen in particular got hit hard by the blending. So I think Bobby Thigpen will be much, much better in the one season import. All right, let me get a screenshot of this, and then we'll go to the postseason. We'll do the tree for the wild card round. Dodgers beat the Braves 2-1 to face our Peakiest Peak Performers team. The Brewers swept the Diamondbacks to face the Padres. The Mariners sweep the Royals to face the Twins. And the Tigers sweep the Astros to face the Rays. 3 sweeps in the wildcard round. All right, the AL is going to start things off. Twins beat the Mariners 5-2. The Rays beat the Tigers 3-2 in extras, walking off in the bottom of the 10th. All right, NL will pick up, but the AL is going to play game 2. Mariners tie the series up at 1, winning 4-2. And the Rays take a 2-0 series lead, winning 5-3 against the Tigers. Padres win 4-2 over the Brewers. And our Peakiest players win 4-3. It takes extra innings, though, walking off in the bottom of the 10th. Ken Caminiti with a solo home run in the bottom of the 10th. All right, AL's on a travel day. Brewers tie up the series by winning 4-2. And the Peakiest Peak Performers win 4-2, taking a 2-0 series lead over the Dodgers. Fultonevich gets the win in relief. Oh, yeah, we scored in the bottom of the 8th. Carlton goes 7 2/3, 2 earned, 10 strikeouts. All right, NL's on a travel day. Mariners and Twins, series tied up at 1. Twins take the lead 2-1, winning 2-0. Tampa Bay looking to sweep the Tigers. And they do, winning 6-4, headed to the ALCS. All right, Twins hoping to close out the Mariners. Mariners force a Game 5, winning 6-4. Padres, in 11 innings, after exchanging runs in the 10th, win 7-6 to take a 2-1 series lead. And the Peakiest Peaks looking to close out the Dodgers. And they do so, sweeping the Dodgers with a 10-3 win, headed to the NLCS. It's Darvish versus Ross as the Padres try to close out the Brewers, and they do, winning 8-2. So our peak seasons will be facing the San Diego Padres in the NLCS. And deciding Game 5 between the Twins and the Mariners. Mariners win 4-2. Logan Gilbert goes 8 1/3. No walks, 11 strikeouts. That's a heck of a performance. All right, ALCS. We'll start in Tampa. Tampa, ooh, look at that. They exchanged 3 runs each in the top and bottom of the 9th. The Rays come back to win it, walking off in the bottom of the 9th. That is a heck of a game. All right, NL's going to resume action while the AL plays Game 2. Mariners battle back to win 5-4, tying the series at 1. And the Peakiest Seasons win 11-2 in Game 1. Ken Caminiti hitting 2 bombs. All right, AL's on a travel day as the NL plays Game 2. Steve Carlton on the mound for the Peakiest Seasons. And there you go. There's a loss. Steve Carlton. Padres win 8-2. All right, NL's on a travel day as the AL resumes action with the series tied at 1. It takes 11 innings, but the Rays win 3-2, scoring 1 in the top of the 11th. Tampa Bay takes a commanding 3-1 lead in the series, winning 4-2. And in Game 3 of the NLCS, oh, the Peakiest seasons lose 4-1. Fall behind 2-1. All right, Tampa Bay looking to close out the Mariners. But the Mariners force a Game 6, winning 3-1. The Peakiest seasons win 13-1, scoring 7 runs in the last 2 innings of the game, tying the series at 2. Mets stop doing the Met thing. Mets get a Met. That's what they do. All right, NLCS tied at 2 apiece. Oh my goodness, come on. The Peakiest season lose 11-3, on the verge of elimination now, down 3-2. All right, Tampa hoping to close out the Mariners here in Game 6. Mariners win 3-2, forcing a Game 7. All right, NL back in action. Let's do the deciding Game 7 of the ALCS first. It takes 12 innings, but the Rays win 3-2 to advance to the World Series. Wow. That is a dramatic ALCS deciding Game 7. All right, in the NLCS, the Peakiest seasons hoping to stave off elimination. 1990 Frank Viola on the mound. And we lose in 13. Top of the 13th, Padres score, sending our Peakiest seasons home. Pink Fuzz says classic OOTP. I think it's classic Mets. The problem is they still have the Mets logo and the Mets name. And so they're going to play like the Mets. Oh, man. All right, well, let's watch the rest of the series. We'll just watch from the tree here. All right, Padres win 4-1. We did get a game score of 14-06. I fully expect this to be improved when we get the single season import. We're going to try out that new functionality next time we stream. Very excited about that. Because if it works the way we're hoping, then that reopens all of our historic games that we play on stream and that are open to the community. So, Smiley Face Jane, if you want to fire up Force 4 trades, we should be ready to play that soon. We just got to confirm that that single season import works. All right, let's save this now that the postseason's done, and then we'll do the postseason awards, and then we can do the pack giveaway form, where someone will win 7 packs for being first place for predicting the outcome of the sim, and someone will win 3 packs for being second. All right, let's do this from the mailbox, and let's look at Great Glove Awards. Chris Hoyles at catcher is our only Great Glove Award winner. I guess we didn't really optimize around defense when we chose our players. All right, next up, reliever of the year. Now, I think the ERA is going to be a bit too high. Let's see, we had Marvin Freeman with 38 saves, 8-6, 38 saves, 3.14 ERA. Now, the AI voters might like Fulton Nevich's season. 3-1, 12 saves, 17 holds, 1.51 ERA, 0.82 WHIP. But I think those are... Fulton Nevich might be our best bet, actually. All right, let's go back to the mailbox and let's see what happens here. We did not get the award because we didn't get the achievement. Tanner Scott wins it. Do we even get any votes? Oh, Fulton Nevich was our top vote getter with 2 points. 6th in the voting for reliever of the year. All right, next up is Platinum Sick Award. let's see. How many might we win here? Chris Hall is a catcher, I would think almost certainly. Kevin Mitchell at DH was probably a pretty good bet with 56 home runs and a 316 average. Luis Gonzalez may be in left field, 46 bombs, 302 average. Now, Mitchell, I think, is the only one who exceeded his peak season, even after being nerfed by his bookend seasons. He had 56 home runs. His actual peak season was 47. Caminiti, I think, had 40, so he exceeded with 44. But I think Hoyles, Mitchell, Gonzalez, maybe Caminiti. Bellinger at center, maybe. I worry about the batting average and maybe Petrocelli at short. So maybe 5, maybe 6. Four. Just 4. Hoyles and Mitchell did get them. Maybe Caminiti got beat. I'm trying to think who in the NL might have beat them out. Okay, Caminiti did get it. Ellie De La Cruz beat out Petrocelli. Left field, Kevin Mitchell did win. Oh, Jock Peterson wins it over Bellinger. Former teammates. So 4 platinum sticks. I don't think we have anyone eligible for Rookie of the Year. Let's see if we got any votes. Yeah, we didn't have anyone eligible, I don't think. Cy Young Award. Yeah, because I intentionally wanted a peak season between 2 average or poor seasons. So rookies didn't really fit that bill. All right, Cy Young Award. Who is our top candidate here? Bobby Shantz, 24-2, 2.28 ERA. Bill James, 22-3, 3.09. Probably your 2 best bets. Again, when Carlton gets that single season import, I am assuming he's going to win the Cy Young Award. He should be amazing in this game. Again, that was always one of the disappointments. That 72 Carlton never simmed the way I thought it would. And now I understand why. Bobby Shantz takes it. But yeah, I'm really excited that OOTP26 put that fix in so fast. That's pretty great. Shantz swept the first place votes. Viola came in 3rd. Carlton came in 5th. Bill James came in 6th. So 24-2, 2.28 ERA for Bobby Shantz takes it. And again, he was nerfed by his bookend seasons, but he still managed to put in a great season in the sim. All right, MVP. We've got Shohei in this league, so that's going to be tough to beat. So Kevin Mitchell's probably your best bet. But from a WAR perspective, Hoyles, because he plays catcher, has a 9 WAR. All right, let's see what happens. Well, we did not win the MVP. I'm assuming Shohei did. Yep. He swept the first place votes. Hoyles, Mitchell, and Caminiti came in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Gonzalez came in 7th. Bellinger got 1 point, 1 10th place vote. Yeah, shocked that Ohani won an MVP in OOTP26. Exactly. I mean, he did 52 home runs, 141 RBI, 312 average. I mean, Mitchell had a pretty comparable season, though. 56 home runs, 316 average, 130 RBI. More home runs, fewer RBI, higher batting average. But Mitchell probably didn't steal many bases. He stole 2. Ohtani probably stole like 80. I was exaggerating, but he stole 83. Amazing. There you go. That definitely was the tiebreaker. All right, so we have enough information now that we can do our pack giveaway. So let me get the pack giveaway guesses up in a spreadsheet that we can score. Again, 7 of you in the competition. Good luck, everybody. Let me get some things resized here, and then I'll put it up in the chat. All right, here we go. Only first place can be determined by this upfront survivor style section. Will this team have the lowest regular season win percentage in majors? No, it did not. So we lose one person there. Will they have the lowest win percentage in the NL? They did not. In fact, they had the best in the majors. Last in division? No. Again, sorry for some of these questions, but I use this form for simulations that produce really good and really bad seasons. And so some of these will seem silly, but win percentage below 500, they certainly did not. All right, will this team make the playoffs? Yes, they did. Will it win its division? Yes, we won the division, so we lose T. Davis there. Will it make it to the World Series? We did not. Oh, T. Davis guessed no, but was already knocked out, so everyone advances. Will it win the World Series? They did not. So Late to Hate and Reb Jr. still in it. Will a team player on this team win the Cy Young Award? We did. Bill James did win it. All right, so first place has been determined. Only first place is determined in this upfront section. Who got the closest win total, by the way? It was 130 wins. That would have been Psycho Ducko. But as it stands, let's close out these questions. First place has been taken. Oh, wait. Who took it? I forgot. I have to unhide. I have to unhide now. I forgot who took first place. I think it was T. Davis, but I forgot already. No, it's, wait. Oh, Reb Jr. Reb Jr. takes it. My bad, Reb Jr. How did I forget you won? Reb Jr. takes first place. Very nice. Reb Jr. contributed several names to the list, so maybe that's not fair. All right, Reb Jr. we're going to highlight in bright green, having already won first place. And to make sure I don't assign any... so it's whoever gets the closest answers other than Reb Jr. to determine second place. The first thing we need to know is, let's do the mouse hover and figure out where we ranked in each of the different statistical categories, because those are some questions in here. First in runs, second in average, first in home runs. And then defensively, first in ERA, fourth in strikeouts, first in defensive efficiency. I'm a little surprised considering we were mostly picking a roster based on offense that our defensive efficiency was that good. All right, let's determine second place here. Games behind in the division. If you won the division, you put 0. They did win the division. Psycho Ducko, Finder V, The Holler, and Late to Hate each get points to get started here. All right, these are the mouse hover questions. Rank in runs scored in MLB. First place. Psycho Ducko, Finder V, and Late to Hate. Batting average. Second. Oh, if anyone had guessed second, they would have taken it exclusively. But Psycho Ducko, Finder V, and Late to Hate take that one. I think everyone took the dominant strategy of just guessing first for those, or those three did. Okay, home runs hit first. The holler gets in on that one. All right, ERA first. Strikeouts thrown fourth. The holler gets that all by themselves. There you go. That's the benefit of departing from the ones. All right, defensive efficiency first. But this time, at least, overall, guessing first on everything got you more points. All right, next up. Highest batter WAR on this team. .90 for Chris Hoyles. 9.0. The 10.2 from Psycho Ducko is the closest. Actually, Reb Jr. would have been the closest there, but he's already won first place. All right, most home runs hit by the team leader in home runs. That would be Kevin Mitchell with 56. The holler gets it exactly. He will be the only one to get a point in that question. All right, highest and lowest batting averages, or lowest and highest batting averages. Minimum 300 plate appearances. Lowest, Davey Johnson, 205. Man, that's miserable. .205. T. Davis with a 202 is the closest. Very nice guess. Highest batting average, 300 plate appearances. That would be Cody Bellinger, 327. 328 by T. Davis, 2 in a row on the batting averages. Nicely done. All right, OPS, highest and low, or lowest and highest. The lowest OPS with 300 plate appearances, again, Davey Johnson with a 306. Psycho Ducko with a 352 takes it. And then highest OPS. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I was looking at on base percentage. My bad. Yeah, no, that's my bad. I was looking at on base percentage. Good catch, everybody. All right, sorry. Lowest OPS. Still Davey Johnson, but a 669. A meme guess would have taken it there. 669. I think Late to Hate takes it. 691. That is true. There have been some experiments that would have been possible. Good catch there, Holler. Thank you for noting that. Okay, highest OPS. Kevin Mitchell with the 1123. 1123. Flying W with a 1120 guess takes it. And then the highest batter strikeout percentage. Minimum 300 plate appearances. We got to go to batting stats 2 for this. Grabarkowitz did not have enough plate appearances. He struck out 44% of the time. Chris Davis, 34.5% strikeout percentage. 34.5. 31.5 by Psycho Ducko, but the Holler with a 31.9 takes it. Nicely done. Hey, Star. Good to see you. Welcome in. We're just scoring the pack giveaway guesses here. Reb Jr.'s already taken first place. All right, highest pitcher WAR. .60 by Bobby Shantz. 5.9 by Late to Hate. Very nice guess. The meme... Oh, I thought it was a meme guess. No, I thought it was 6.9. 5.9 takes it. All right, now we go Strikeouts Thrown. 255 by Steve Carlton. Psycho Ducko 253. Very nice. All right. Highest and lowest ERA. 100 innings pitched. So Buzz Capra with a 4.77 is the highest. The Holler very close to the 4.86 guess. And the lowest ERA, 100 innings pitched, Bobby Shantz, 2.28. I think T. Davis is closest there. 0.56 away. All right, before we get too much farther, let's see who's in what place here. Psycho Ducko has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? T. Davis has 3. Flying W has 2, 4, 6, 7. The Holler has 2, 4, 6. And Late Tate has 2, 4, 6, 8. Wait, 2, 4, 6, 8. So 8 for Late Tate and 8 for Psycho Ducko in the lead right now. Now, whoever gets the latest answer right breaks the final tie. So right now, Psycho Ducko had one answer later than Late Tate. So Psycho Ducko, both with 8, but Psycho Ducko has the tie break right now. All right, highest and lowest whips. The highest whip with 100 innings pitch was Steve Carlton with a 1.14. That is a very low highest whip. 1.14. The Holler closest is 1.53. That means Psycho Ducko and Late Tate cannot gain ground on each other. Lowest whip with 100 innings pitched. Bobby Shantz, 0.92. T. Davis and Psycho Ducko with 0.91. Now, the latest answer would get the final tiebreak. So Psycho Ducko with 9. Late Tate with 8. But if Late Tate gets this last question right, they will take it. And the final question is the highest home runs per 9 allowed, at least 100 innings pitched. Buzz Capra with a 1.9. Late Tate is not the closest because the Holler takes it. Plays spoiler. Prevents Late Tate from getting that last one. Wow. And Late Tate actually, the Holler comes pretty close with 8. But Psycho Ducko has 9. Wow, that's a crazy close tiebreak. The Holler came charging back, just fell 1 short. All right. Really good guesses, everybody. I'm very impressed. Now remember, these players are going to be significantly better when we do the single season import. So keep that in mind when you do your guesses the next time. And I think the 7 of you will have an advantage over anyone else who enters the pack giveaway for that sim, because you will have gone through this one. All right. Hope you all had fun with that. I really enjoyed that sim. Let's see. 7 packs to Reb Jr., 3 packs to Psycho Ducko. I'll send those over to Nicolino probably in the morning because I need to get to bed. This sim took longer than I thought, but it was super fun. I think it's the roster build that took a while. So the next time we do this, it'll be fast because we already have the roster form. We just need to do a single season import instead of the 3-year blend. And we can get right to the sim. All right, let me go ahead and save this so we have it. Let me put the title slide up so we can wrap it up. All right. And Tugi, thank you again for the raid. Really appreciate it. Hope you and your raiders enjoyed watching our sim nerding out over importing settings. I am very excited that we are now going to get a true single season import. So the 96 Brady Anderson, the next time we do this will be the 96 Brady Anderson and not 95, 96, 97 combined. And for these players, we tried to find the peakiest seasons available. So that top season surrounded by two much worse seasons to really kind of accentuate the impact of going to a single season sim. So we'll look forward to that. Let me see as far as raid destinations if well, I guess first, is anyone else playing OOTP? No, we're the only ones. Let me see if Midnight Sumo is still live. All right, they are. All right, we're gonna raid Midnight Sumo. They are doing a live stream of a Japanese sumo tournament. There are only 4 or 5 per year. They're 2 weeks long, and he's a Canadian streamer who does English language commentary over the Japanese commentary. So it's a really good way to understand what's going on in the sumo tournament. And then when the sumo tournament goes to commercial, he plays some vintage commercials, Japanese commercials from YouTube. And it's just a really good time. It's a fun way to learn a new sport. And hope you have fun there. So tomorrow night, I guess we'll do the single season import version of this stream. And see what happens. See how good that 72 Carlton is when we get him unnerfed.